got so close, but then you lost it. Should've listened to your friends about his girlfriend back in Boston. You sent him pictures and playlists and phone sex. He disappeared from the second that you said, let's get coffee, let's meet up. I'm so sick of online love, and I don't understand, why can't any man hit it like, get it hot, make a bitch, it's a femme. Hit it like, get it hot, make a bitch, it's a can you play a song with a fucking beat? Hit it like rum pam pa pam. Get it hot like Papa John. Make a bitch go on and on. It's a feminine phenomenon. Hit it like rum pam pa pam. Get it hot like Papa John. Make a bitch go on and on. It's a feminine phenomenon. So let's say it's working out. You pretend to love his mother, lying to your friends about how he's such a goddamn good lover. Stuck in the suburbs, you're folding his laundry. You got what you wanted, so stop feeling sorry. Crying at the nail salon. I'm so sick of online love, and I don't understand, why can't any man hit it like, get it hot, make a bitch, it's a femme. Hit it like, get it hot, make a bitch, it's a dude, can you play a song with a fucking beat? Hit it like rum pam pa pam. Get it hot like Papa John. Make a bitch go on and on. It's a feminine phenomenon. Hit it like rum pam pa pam. Get it hot like Papa John.
20 months Squanpog.
It's a feminine phenomenon. Ladies, you know what I mean, and you know what you need, and so does he. But does it happen? No. But does it happen? No. Well, what we really need is a feminine phenomenon. A what? A feminine phenomenon. Hit it like rum pam pa pam. Get it hot like Papa John. Make a bitch go on and on. It's a feminine phenomenon. Hit it like rum pam pa pam. Get it hot like Papa John. Make a bitch go on and on. Did you hear me? Play the fucking beat. Hit it like rum pam pa pam. Get it hot like Papa John. Make a bitch go on and on. It's a feminine phenomenon. Hit it like rum pam pa pam. Get it hot like Papa John. Make a bitch go on and on. It's a feminine phenomenon. Get it hot. A place in the city, a chair and a bed. I cover up all the mirrors, I can't see myself yet. I wear smoke like a wedding veil, make a meal I won't eat, step out into the street alone in a sea. It comes over me, oh, I'm missing you. Yeah, I'm missing you. And all the things we used to do. MDMA in the back garden, blow our pupils up. We kissed for hours straight, well baby, what was that? I remember saying then, this is the best cigarette of my life. Well, I want you just like that. Into your hands, we're in a sandstorm and it knocks me out. I didn't know then that you'd never be enough. Oh, since I was 17, I gave you everything. Now we wake from a dream. Well, baby, what was that? What was that? Baby, what was that? Do you know you're still with me when I'm out with my friends? Stare at their painted faces, they talk current affairs. You had to know this was happening. You weren't feeling my heat. When in the blue light down, baby, so bright, I face reality. I tried to let whatever has to pass through me, pass through. But this is staying a while. I know it might not let me go. MDMA in the back garden, blow our pupils up. We kissed for hours straight. Well, baby, what was that? I remember saying then, this is the best cigarette of my life. Well, I want you.
You guys,
like that.
I did something to my lips. I didn't know that this takes like 20 minutes. This apparently it's lip. It is peel off lip liner that Cutie gave me, and I just like put it on, and I didn't know it takes 10 to 20 minutes, and then you peel it off. It's kind of a vibe. It's so dry. It feels like all the moisture has been sucked out of my lips. It's not a phase, Mom. My mom, I was talking to her today, and she's like, I saw your stream room. What's going on? She goes, I briefly saw your stream, and there's just a lot of boxes and junk in your room. I was like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Are you going goth? I didn't mean to. It's like uncomfortably dry. Has anybody ever used this before? So when I went to Cutie's Deco opening, she gave us all really cute little goodie bags with her favorite things. And there was this lip liner in it. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll put it on. And it looked like this. Is it witch spells time? You know what? I am in my witch era. I don't think I'm supposed to put anything on it right now. That's the problem. Like, I think I have to let it fully dry. And then I peel it. When I put the stain, I always get it over my teeth and look like I just drank blood. It is giving Vampirella. It's a lip liner, but I used it as like gloss. Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. But I don't, like, can I start peeling it off now? I don't know. It's not working. Like, how do I do this? There's nothing to peel off. It feels dry. But how do I peel it up? Around the corner? Oh. Okay, hold on. I have to get new lips now? Oh. Oh, okay. This just... It's a wipe off. I thought it was gonna be like peel. I really don't like it. I'm gonna be so for I'm gonna be so for real. I could do this. This is a vibe. Go clean it off. Well, the whole point of it is that it's like long lasting. Oh. Oh. Okay, that was kind of satisfying. The color's nice. Okay, honestly, the peel was kind of satisfying. What's happening? Well, I feel like I'm just rubbing the whole color off. Seems like a lot of work. It kind of is. It's extra as fuck. Like now it just looks like this. Oh, you know what I'm gonna use? My mirror from Deco. Now it just looks like I drank red wine. You know? I had like... Okay, that is just not coming off. Ew, it's all on my teeth! This is not good. You did such a good job making that mirror. Thank you. Oh my god. It looks so... Okay. This has just stained my teeth. And I can't get it off. Hannah, thank you for the 9 months. Talia, thank you for the 20. Pudgy Face, thank you for the 11 months.
Okay, Gotharasly E.
Ah! Okay, let me try this. There we go. It's time to bring out the glue stick. The American Tiger Carolina. Okay. And I can just scrape it off. I got. Okay, it's not coming off. I'm never doing this again. And my teeth are just stained red. Oh my god, hold on. Let me get a towel. Okay. There we go.
It's fine, it's cool. You can say that we are nothing, but you know
Oh.
the truth. And guess I'm
Yellow?
the fool. But there are
Imagine if this was like a sponsor. Hashtag ad.
I don't wanna call it
Okay, now my lips are so red though. Ah, that is not the color it's supposed to be. It looks crazy on the towel, I know. Man, when I said I was in my witch era, I guess I really am. Did you try a lip stain? It was a lip liner stain. I never used it before. Like, I've never used... I think it looks good. All right, there we go. Oh, my God. That just took... It was like a 10-minute ordeal. You know what? This is why I just use my trusty... just use my trusty chapstick. Last time I tuned in, Caroline was high. Now she's cleaning her teeth with a cloth. I'm just gonna do one of these. Where's my wall? I was influenced by a certain streamer. Blood on the wall. Let me tell you that last night I took that one hit of weed. Who came by the "Just Say You Hate Women" title? It's a YouTube video, but also, I took that one hit of weed. I was high until 4:30 in the morning when I finally fell asleep. I watched all of Castaway again. One singular weed. Oh, I missed the opportunity to say I was high till 4:20 in the morning. One weed. Curly, thank you for the prime. Uncle Trudeau, thank you for the 23 months. I am Spam I Am, thank you for the 10 months. One singular weed, y'all. This is why I cannot smoke weed anymore. I simply cannot. Filibuster, thank you for the 15 months. Red Letter Media trolled me into thinking this Kanye movie trailer is actually made with AI. It's so bad, or is it AI? Bro, this is the problem these days. It's getting harder to know. Just one day after our video, the first photorealistic Hollywood movie trailer made entirely by Google VO3 AI is released. What does everyone think? Wait.
Martha?
Yes, Gabriel.
So this is AI? Or it's so bad, or is it AI?
Is there any way I can have more meaningful duties? I want to guide people. I want to change their lives.
To save a lost soul, you have to find a lost soul.
Hey, Arch.
This is
Don't forget your pee bottle, bro.
Happy 23.
A lost soul.
At Carolina
Arch?
Hi, Caroline.
I'm an
Red
angel.
Letter
My
Media
name is
told me
Gabriel. I'm
into
here to
thinking
save
this
you.
Keanu movie
No, I
trailer
think
was
this-
actually made with AIT_T. It's so bad, or is it AI?
I think it's real, you guys. I don't know. I think it might be real. I think this is a real movie trailer. Wait, why are they doing...
One weed,
what is
never
this?
again.
What is this timeline we are in where now they're pretending that things that are bad are AI? What is happening? What is happening?
What? Who the fuck are you? How do you know my name?
I'm normally only in charge of saving people from texting and driving.
Wait, you're telling me I have a budget guardian angel?
Kinda.
Do you know that guy who's got the long hair, kind of tall?
Wait, this cast is crazy. Keanu Reeves, Sandra Oh, Seth
Oh, yeah, Gabriel. He's an angel.
He's fucking hot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sit on his face.
That will really confuse him.
Wait a second. I'm so sorry, but I have to watch this again.
Martha?
Yes, Gabriel.
hold on. Kaz, thank you for the 19 months. N Train, thank you for the bits.
Is there any way I can have more meaningful duties? I want to guide people. I want to change their lives.
To save a lost soul, you have to find a lost soul.
Hey, Arch, don't forget your pee bottle, bro.
No, I'm going to tell you why I have to watch this again.
Lost soul. Arch, I'm an angel. My name is Gabriel. I'm here to save you.
What? Who the fuck are you? How do you know my name?
I'm normally only in charge of saving people from texting and driving.
Wait a sec.
Wait, you're telling me I have a budget guardian angel?
Kinda.
Do you know that guy who's got the long hair,
Yeah.
kind of tall?
Oh, yeah, Gabriel. He's an angel.
He's fucking hot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sit on his face.
That will really confuse him.
Hold the fuck on. This, I wish Will were not playing that game right now because I need him to see this right now. Wait a sec. Wait a second. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh. Okay, wait. Let me see. I have to see something. He's in between games. Okay, wait. I need to send this to him right now. Good fortune. Okay, wait. Good fortune. I'm gonna say watch the trailer for this. Copy. Okay, I'm sending him this. Didn't you write a full treatment for a script that is this exact premise? God, I hate when it sends the Google. I'm like, just send me the fucking. Ah! Wait a second. Share. Copy. Okay, wait. I have to send him the trailer, not the Google link. Oh my God. I am trying to look through my email from I know it's real now. I know it's real. I need to see how this started being developed. Bro, is this just another... I feel like I'm going crazy. Is this just another example of Will wrote a full treatment for some producer? This was back in his unemployed days where he was just trying to make anything work. And there was this financier, some Hollywood dude who pretty much Will wrote an entire treatment for, was like helping him because he wanted to make movies, and he did it for free. Like, I remember he would bounce ideas off of me, and then he needed me to like edit his treatment and whatnot. And I just remember being like, I feel like this guy's taking advantage of you. You're doing so much work for free. Okay, I need to search through my email and see if I can find. I just have a vague memory of this from literally years ago. And that's showbiz,
Wave.
baby. Oh my God. I cannot find the Will Neff treatment. I swear this is somewhere. Okay, wait. Okay, so this treatment is a comedy. It's like a rom-com, and he had envisioned it like a Jack Black, like Jack Black starring in this type of role. Did I remember you wrote a script about Cupid? Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably just similar. Okay, he just texted me back. I said, didn't you write a fucking treatment for a script that is very similar to this movie, Good Fortune? He's like, did I? I said, remember you wrote a script about Cupid? And he just said, OMG, I did. What the fuck? I'm trying. I remember it was like a rom-com with a Jack Black style protagonist who plays Cupid / like an angel. Crying on the bathroom floor, thank you for the 4 months. And he gets sent down. He's like sent down to Earth. He's got like one last chance to he's like fucked up a bunch in heaven, and so he has one last chance to try and prove that like love exists by going down to Earth, etc., etc. John Travolta made the same kind of thing. Yeah, this isn't a, you know what this is? This is one of those, man, I forgot about this script that you wrote, this treatment that you wrote for a producer who did not pay you. That's more of what this is. It's I mean, I say this all the time, is like there's no original ideas in Hollywood, but it's frustrating when you see a trailer come out for a movie that did get made, and it's like, oh, yeah, I wrote a story, a treatment, a script, etc. that was very similar to this. And it didn't go anywhere that I know of. Anon, thank you for the gifted sub. No, that was just one of those throwback moments. One of those weird throwback moments.
Hey, Sonny, look at this heartwarming image I saw of a soldier with 3 arms preaching the teachings of Christ.
Pop, that's not real.
It's not?
Holy shit, you moron. That's obviously an AI image,
no.
you dumb corpse.
AI?
Artificial intelligence. Do you speak English?
Why would people try to trick an old fella like me?
Maybe because you're a gullible piece of shit.
Oh, no.
The world is worse off because of people like you.
This guy looks like a fella I served in Korea with. He died in my arms after stepping on a landmine.
Are you done talking? Are you done?
Oh. Hey, man,
Do you know, actually, let me just finish
about
this.
your grandpa dying.
I forget to hide the car keys one time, and suddenly I'm the bad guy.
Anyways, you see this video of a lady trying to get her emotional support kangaroo onto an airplane?
What? That's crazy. That kangaroo has no idea what's going on.
And neither do you. I just showed you an AI video.
I knew that. No, you didn't. Come on, man. It's really realistic now.
One day you'll be old and frail and the world's going to pass you by and there's going to be new technology that'll prey upon you in weird and horrifying ways.
Did my grandfather put you up to this? He had dementia. You put the car keys in an accessible place. This stuff doesn't scare me, all right? I can still tell what's real and what isn't. I can just tell.
Well, there's nothing to worry about here, folks. This video definitely isn't AI. I can't prove it, but it isn't.
Dude, wait, Ashley, is this, I think I know what this is. Is this the, before I click on it, is this the street interview of an AI? It's all AI generated, but it's very clearly in the vein of Hawk Tuah. Or no, this is something else. Oh my God, you guys! This emotional support kangaroo has been taking over the internet after being rejected to a plane. What do you mean taking over the internet? This isn't real! They'll let crying babies on, but this chill kangaroo can't ride. That kangaroo is so cool, bro. He deserves rights. Bro, this is fucking AI! God. Oh, man. Have you seen the show Overcompensating? I haven't, but I've been wanting to. I heard it's really good from all of the pop culture podcasts I listen to. They've been talking about it, so I've been wanting to. If you believe enough, it becomes real. You know, do you know what's crazy is like now people don't care if something is AI. Your mom will share you an AI video and you'll go, that's not real, it's AI. And they're like, oh, well, whatever. Will's mom is frequently sending me AI stuff. But it's like hearing that something is AI now doesn't even matter to people. They just go, well, it's still, I like it. It's a good video. but it's not real. Like, it's not even that it's not real because it's somebody who has staged something and is pretending that it's real. It's not real as in it's AI. Hassan's mom? No, I know. Ane loves AI videos. She doesn't care if it's pointed out that it's an AI video. She's like, oh, well, I still like it. Fuck Dom Luke. Oh no, he's horrible. He is just one of those shitty slop Twitter accounts that somehow has 1.5 million followers. Yeah, Ane has a PhD. but you know what? It's a cute AI video of dogs. The dogs aren't real, but the feelings, the emotional feelings that you have are. And she has a PhD in art. I know, that's what makes it funnier. It's not even just a PhD. She has a PhD in art. I don't know. Somehow people look past it and don't educate themselves on what it means to be an AI video. Like, we know, we can say, but it's AI, but it's just slides off this. Well, it's crazy because, yeah, her joy is real. Because there are 8 kajillion videos out there of real dogs. Like, there are so many accounts on social media that are just dedicated to cute animal accounts. But even with, I guess it's not enough though. It's like, nope. One more cute animal video. Doesn't matter if it's AI or not, as long as it's another cute animal video. MRD, thank you for the 12 months. Elon left the Trump administration, apparently. Yes, I was seeing that right when I was going live, and then I was having the issue with this lip stuff. With my lip stuff. Let me take a look at this really quickly. Okay, Elon Musk is leaving the Trump administration. No one is surprised. Like, this has been... Duh. No way. Is your cam having problem or it's you having lots of white hair? No. You know what? Leave them. Hold on. Where'd they go? Where are they? Wait, why do I feel like... Was that a Banovator? Isn't that a Banovator? That's like their 50th account. I said, even I recognize that name. I was about to do representation for white hair. Yeah. Here we go. You want to look at it? Here. Take a good look. Take a good look. Here. I'll do this so you can see it better. Hold on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's because I'm actually 150 years old. So, what are you going to do about it now? Yeah, I'm a salt and pepper mommy. Dude, I cannot believe that person was Banovating. Like, they have Banovated so much, I recognize their name. I'm already graying at 20, but I hope I look as gorgeous as you when I hit that age. Oh, no, but baby Starlight, that is so sweet. And also, I started graying when I was in junior high, if it makes you feel better. I started getting white hairs when I was in junior high. Like, I remember seeing this thing where Kendall Jenner at age 25 freaked out, like made a whole post because she found her first white hair. And I was like, honey, I've been graying since I was 11 years old. While you were learning the art of keeping up with the Kardashians, I was gaining white hairs on my head. Same. Yeah, look, a lot of people do. A lot of people their hair thins. They lose the color in their hair. It happens. You know, if you want to do something about it, you can do something about it, but also you don't have to do something about it. Mine, like, I will color my hair every so often because I like my hair to also be really dark. But also clearly it doesn't bother me enough to keep it up all the time. Like, when you see me in person, my hair is very visibly white. Like, it's harder to see in the camera. But in person, I have a lot of white right here. And then when I pull my hair back, it's like so much white underneath. And anywho, don't feel ashamed. Don't feel ashamed if you're 20, if you're 30. My brother had full salt and pepper hair when he was in high school. Like, he was fully salt and pepper. He has amazing hair, but we have the Irish early graying gene, so it means that we were early graying. I want white hair because I think it looks beautiful. I also have a god-awful stressful life, but guess what? My hair's not cooperating. You're like, I am so stressed out, and it's not even resulting in white hairs. It will eventually. You can also color your hair white. 2028 campaign coverage is just going to be debunking thousands of AI videos, assuming there are elections. I feel like this is going to be the state of things where life just becomes, is this AI or is this not AI? That's how it's going to go. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm bald, so I have no input. Every time someone identifies as bald, I have to stop myself from saying bald is beautiful, because then I remember that is like the tagline of like cancer nonprofit groups, like normalizing being bald. Bald is beautiful. Like, I don't know why that's Farley. That's what always comes to my head. I'm like that. Oh. Have you seen the Obama musical 4:4? I hear it's receiving positive reviews, but the videos are being removed from TikTok. I posted a clip of it in Discord. The Obama musical, like Obama is in a musical, or somebody made a musical about him? Obama 4:4. It's called Hope? Oh no, 4:4, the Obama musical. Do you want to know how brain dead I am? When I think of 4:4, I just think of 444. Not like he was the 44th president. But 444. Okay, what is this? Surrender your children to the state and pursue a shiny life in America. Can I just give quick thoughts, and then I want to check out this Obama musical? Can we please stop screaming at parents for taking their kids to Lilo and Stitch? Where are they supposed to watch? Bloodlines? I mean, sure. Okay, like, I guess take your child to go watch the latest Final Destination film, but it's like this weird thing where I have seen so many attacks on parents for bringing their kids to Lilo and Stitch, as if like it's the parents' faults that we live in this live, like, we have major studios like Disney that are nonstop delivering live action, creatively empty films that are a mere shadow of the animated films that were the originals. One of the replies said Ohana means foster system. Oh my God. Yeah, like this is a kids movie. There are not a lot of options in the theaters. Like this goes for any of these films, Disney or not, you know? It's like, okay, the parents they got to take the kids to the movie theater. What are their options? This is pretty funny though. Okay, let me see this Obama musical. Obama musical. Okay, for the Obama musical.
44, the musical. It's the story of President Obama's presidency told through the hazy memory of Joe Biden. So here to perform The One are the stars of the show. Give it up for Shani.
Wait, I'm sorry. I have to go back. What?
See, told through the hazy memory of Joe Biden. So
wait, this is the story of Obama told through the hazy memory of Joe Biden? No, this isn't real.
Here to perform The One are the stars.
This is a parody. This is comedy, right?
Shanice and TJ Wilkin.
This is the story of how we met.
Okay.
It was the summer.
Okay.
1989.
Wait, I'm in.
And I met this girl from Chicago South Side. They told me you would mentor me, and I just knew you were meant for me. Cause damn, my mentor was so damn fine. So I said, my dear, you do not know me, but I'd like to know you well. Now let me tell you about these feelings I feel for you. I tried to play it cool like a lanky Denzel, but I was already falling in love with you. My man was El Michelle, and I didn't want to be a player no more. What?
Boy, you never were a player.
Yeah, but I could have been. But babe, I knew right then you were the one. Baby, you were the one. You were the one. I'd give everything up for you.
That's really your story.
Yeah, that's really my story.
Yeah? No, let me remind you how it really went down. I asked this so down, Obama, let's keep things corporate.
Okay, vocals.
Cause I'm the boss, Obama, and you're my subordinate.
I think the reason why this is just feeling kind of extra awkward is because there's like no theatrics, there's no set, there's no, like if this were on a stage with the whole production, then maybe it would be better.
Baby, those ears were so disproportionate, and that tan suit was so unfortunate.
Joe Biden's memory, though.
But I guess at least you were owning it.
Enough with the tan suits.
I had to acquiesce, but you couldn't take the hints.
Well, love's a marathon, baby, not a sprint.
You took me to the movies, we shared until you meant.
We saw do the right thing, and I've been trying to ever since. Well, cuckoo, could you, here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. You're looking at your husband, and the future you as congressman.
We sealed the deal with 2 scoops of Baskin Robbins.
Dance suit reference!
To the sky like Mary Poppins, and I didn't want to be a player no more.
This is only halfway through.
You were a blessing from God. I popped the question.
You passed my test, so I had to say yes. You were the one, baby. You were the one.
You were the one. I'd give everything up.
Please listen to this after.
You were the one.
Ways.
Oh,
You were the one. You were the one. I'd give everything up for.
The choreography is really not eating. Let me watch another clip. Okay. No. You guys, this is giving, it's kind of giving Lin-Manuel vibes. Barack Obama. Barack, oh, hold on.
And his name is Obama. Barack Obama.
Oh no. Oh no, I fear this is going to be stuck in my head. Click the sound. Oh.
And his name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama.
He'll do what to my mama?
And his
Oh my God.
And his name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama.
Not everybody listening to this and being like, what the fuck is this? This is what Hamilton sounds like to non-musical theater people.
And his name is Obama. Barack Obama.
Okay, I'm gonna be so for real. That is already stuck in my head. Cause his name is Obama. Barack Obama. Oh no. It's so over. I'm Baraka locking in. Me too. I'm Baraka locked in. Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama. Oh no, you should not have told me about this. We can all agree. I love how everyone's blaming Lin-Manuel Miranda.
And his name is Obama. Barack Obama.
Oh no. Oh no, I fear that this is literally now going to be a part of me as a streamer forever. Cause his name is Obama. Barack Obama. Like, I am sorry, but I am going to sing this for the rest of my life. Forever. Wait, it's playing in LA? Hold on a second. Obama musical, Los Angeles. You guys, this is maybe the new fight song for me. I will not give away my shot. Honestly, Lin-Manuel Miranda, what has he done? What has he done? Okay, where are 44 is back in LA for a second term. Oh my God, look at this picture of Hillary. Ah! Okay, it's headed to Chicago. It's at, after a sold out run, 44 will be back at the Kirk Douglas Theater. Preview performances Friday, May 2nd through Wednesday, May 7th. Performances run from May 8th through June 22nd. Wednesday. Oh my God, I wonder if I could make. Okay, wait, there's still tickets. Hold on, look at these dates. I think here's the problem. If I were to make Will go see this with me, I think he would never, there would never be a chance for me to take him to a musical ever again. Ever. Wait, my parents are coming to visit in June. Should I be like, do you want to go to the Barack Obama musical? You have to take us on. I mean, I guess I could kidnap him and take him and force him to see this. or I go with Christian and Austin. Like, the thing is that Austin would eat this up. Cause his name is Obama. Barack Obama. Maybe I could do a special. I went to see the Obama musical. Like, I could make a special YouTube video out of it. Okay, so they have, I mean, you guys, none of these are sold out. Like, they literally have tickets for tomorrow. They have tickets for tomorrow. Let me see. Okay, where's the Kirk Douglas Theater again? Let me see how much these tickets are. Okay, like here's the stage. They have these are $100. These are only $100. It must be a website error. It has to be sold out. Barack Obama. Rico Suave, thank you for the 7 months. The Surgeon of Caroline is coming back. She never went away.
No, but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add.
Susan.
Mr. Vice President,
Susan.
I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh
speaking.
in.
I'm speaking. God, no! No, that was where I got horned up. Ah! Okay, honestly, one more time.
His name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama. And his name is Obama.
Honestly, this is the energy for the choreography. For sure. Absolutely. Okay, wait. I feel like I have to go see this. Just because, you know? Because I have to. Because I have to. Like, should I wear my... Do I get like really libbed up? I bring out all the lib stuff. Let me text Austin and Christian. You guys, there is a new musical about Obama. It's called 44. I fear we must go see it in LA. Chad does not understand Hassan. He would not care to go. No, Hassan will not go to anything like that. But he will if he, like, if he gets sent that, he will play it 1,000,000 times. Do you think he watched Amelia Perez? No. Did he play the song From Penis to Vagina more than probably everyone who's ever played that song combined? Yes. Did you? Unfortunately, I did watch it. This is another TikTok about a president who is linked to theater. It just made me laugh out loud. How did I get over my husband, Abraham Lincoln, passing?
I never got over his passing. How did I get over my husband, Abraham Lincoln, passing? So a lot of people always ask me these questions, how I got over his passing. The truth is, I never got over his passing. I feel like when you grieve somebody you love or somebody you once lost or something like that, you never get over it. If it take you over 300 years to get over somebody passing, then let it take you 300 years to get over somebody passing. A lot of people just don't understand that Abraham, he wasn't just my husband. He was my baby father and my best friend in one. So when a lot of people get in my comments or get in the chat and try to be funny and make jokes about us and keep trying to tell me he cheated on me and all that other stuff, no, he did not cheat on me. I actually had to dig deeper and find and do some more research about us, and I researched everything, and the truth was he never cheated on me.
What is happening?
So there y'all got it. That's how I got over my husband Abraham Lincoln passing.
Honestly, Queen, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry for your loss, Mary Todd. You know what I actually do really want to go see? I want to see I would die to see Oh Mary. Cole Escola's play Oh Mary. Please. I need to. This is the same energy of the girl talking about having Todoroki's baby. I don't know what those words mean. Do you know what I also don't know? And there's certain things where I go, yeah, I'm just not going to know it because I don't think I don't need to know. I don't want to know. But like suddenly my timeline today was filled with people talking about this guy who they called a rat and then some influencer named Liz. And I just kept seeing photos and being like, this rat cheated on her, 100,000 likes. I'm like, I don't know who these people are. I don't know how my whole timeline is filled with this. But you know what? Fuck this guy. Fuck this little rat is what I will say. Oh, this is the Totoro. See, the thing is, I'm not on TikTok, so I miss out on a lot of things. Like a lot of times I'll see something and I'm like, oh, that's a TikTok thing. Ah, what is happening? Hold on.
Bump coming in. I can't believe I'm gonna have a baby with Todoroki.
Who are these people? Is Todoroki, is that a person?
I already see the bump coming in.
Is this an anime thing? Because I'm seeing anime. Oh, My Hero Academia. Yeah, you guys see, this is the type of thing that I don't understand it, right? Even when it's explained to me, I'm like, I don't get it. And you know what? I have come to the conclusion that it's okay. It's okay, but there's a lot of things I don't understand. That's how the Obama musical is 2 years old. How have we just learned about this? I don't know. This is what happens with the internet. Everybody learns about something, and even when it's not a new thing. Okay, I have a question. Are there just randomly, there's just a whole genre of like Abe Lincoln TikToks, or is this how these trends work on TikTok? You know what I mean? Like, why do so many people... Abe Lincoln goes live before going to see the play?
I think we're seeing Hamilton.
You're not on Abe
Talk? Do you guys
Talk?
think, by the way, that
I'm
I
not.
should wear this hat to the play, or do you guys think it's too much?
I saw one of JFK before he got shot. But I guess what it is like, okay, somebody makes a TikTok, it's really popular, and someone's like, you know what? I'm going to do that, but for JFK.
To the play, and you were sitting in front of me, I would kill you. Oh, okay. You know what? All hate is going to be blocked. I've decided I like this hat, and I don't care what you guys think.
Oh, it's her. It's the same person.
What are you wearing on your lips? I'm actually wearing the Benetint, the original tint, and I have it linked on my Like to Know, so if you want to click there, and if you use my code ABELINKS, you'll get 5% off. 5% off, that's it, you cheap fucks. It's better than nothing.
Another Abe Talk, kids crying after finding out that Abe Lincoln died. Why are these children crying?
Did Abraham Lincoln die?
Yeah.
Yes, he's been dead for a long time. I didn't know Abe still had pull like this. Damn, did they know him? Wait till they find out how he died. Oh no. Yeah, save that for when they get to high school, okay? Don't tell the kids now how he died. Be like, he died peacefully in his sleep. Also, sorry for the spoiler alert. Or spoiler. Yeah, spoiler, Abe Lincoln is dead. Also, spoiler, he was shot. He was murdered. He was violently murdered. Mine do the opposite. They assume every historical figure is dead and ask things like, when did Obama die? And cannot comprehend that they could still be living. Kids are like, oh, yeah, an adult, they're dead. And you're like, honestly, you're not far off. That's That's actually true. As an adult, we are all
Okay,
dead.
chat. Today we're watching President Kennedy's got a speech. F's in the chat for Nixon. Dude, there's no way Nixon was
Twitch streamers in the 1960s.
gonna win that race. President Kennedy, not my president. All right, let's watch. Someone in chat just said that Kennedy has an ugly mug. No, you are blocked, dude. Guys, I'm not saying Kennedy isn't a lib, but saying he's ugly, that's, I mean, honestly, who wouldn't tap that? Don't be an idiot, dude. Don't make me do emotes only, guys.
F.
Chat, no. The Cuban Missile Crisis was not poggers.
Just spamming W and L. Not that.
President Kennedy.
Not that Hassan's chat does that, but just I'm imagining like covering historical events in the 60s, and it's WL. That's his. Wait, really? His chat does WL? So I guess, yeah, or the all the emotes. Maybe it's just this community that is not emote heavy. That is not does not communicate in W's and L's. William, will you go see the Barack Obama musical with me? Oh, thank you. I'll get us tickets. He said, I'll do anything with you. Get yourself a partner who will go see the Barack Obama musical, even when they hate musicals. That was too easy. Okay, Christian said, oh, I'm sad. Okay, I'm going to get a little group together. And we're going to go see the Barack Obama musical. Cause his name is Obama, Barack-a-laka Obama. Does that interest you? Cause his name is Obama, Barack-a-laka Obama. Is that a song from it? Yeah, it's from the musical. He just goes, Jesus Christ. But trust me, it's even better than that. Trust. Now he's going to be sick every day, ever, forever and ever. Because his name is Obama. I love how she doesn't react. Oh, I didn't even realize that he did that. I was too busy singing Barack-a-laka Obama. Barack-a-laka Obama. Cause his name is Obama. Barack-a-laka Obama.
I would do
anything for love. But you will do that.
No.
But you will.
I won't do that.
I already texted Austin and Christian. We're going to go.
I would
do anything for love, but especially that. But especially that, which is going to go see the Barack Obama musical. Someone do Patti LuPone singing. Well, his name is Obama. Barack. Barack Obama. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done. I hate myself. Would that be considered a hate crime? Excuse me. Okay. Anyway, what are we doing today?
Garcés.
What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? What do I have in my title? Hollywood on the Brink. Okay. I mean, how do I go from Barack-a-laka Obama to covering stuff in the news? Can you do Cynthia? No. I cannot. did Andre ever teach you this Wednesday meme?
Matt! Yeah? Update day! What? New Wii titles. What? I'm in the bathroom. Update day for the Wii shopping channel. It's funny because normally they do it at midnight, but it's like 11. It's like 11:15. What time is it in Japan? Fucking turn that up. I love that grooving. What kind of music is that? Like a bossa nova beat? Makes me really want to just croon it. This is such a danceable song.
I don't know this.
You know what we should do? We should write a song for our act with titles of Wii games. Oh, I like it. I like it. Because everybody knows about the Wii Shopping Channel, and everybody loves to shop on it every Wednesday. So what we'll do is we'll write a theme song for the Wii Shopping Channel. Look, watch this. Watch this. You can sing to the titles of the Super Mario RPG, Super Mario 3. Mega Man, Neo, Turf Masters, Breakin', Star. You know what I mean, Jared? Yeah. Like every Star, you say the lyrics of the. Let me try one. Super Mario RPG.
Oh shit.
Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3. Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2. King's Knight, Dig Dug, Juman Fu. Harvest Moon. You write this song? Link Puzzle Pokemon. Toe Jam and Earl and Panic on Funkotron. Write this song? Castlevania, Fatal Fury, Ninja Chuchu, Mario Comet, Razor Blazing, Lasers, Bases Loaded, Mega Turrican, Cybernator, Rolling Thunder, Dynastic Hero, Bubble Bobble, Double Dribble, Double Dragon, F-Zero. I get it, you memorized the song. F-Zero X, and Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3. Cruising USA.
What is this going on Broadway for real?
Wow! No!
Wait, why was that so good? Why was that so good? Why was that so good? I would honestly watch. I would watch that on Broadway. They made a movie called Nirvana the Band, the show. Nirvana the Band, the show, the movie. Well, his name is Obama. Barack Obama. God, never put this anywhere. Oh God. Do you think anybody would watch? Okay, like if I had a Caroline Kwan clips complex posting clips like that, do you think a single person would watch that and be like, you know what? I really like this streamer. You know? I think I'm going to watch this streamer every single day now. Use that on your audition tape to cover the Oscars. Oh, geez. That's showbiz, baby. And that's showbiz. Okay, let me look at this Patty update. No, I saw this. Bear in mind, this is a 2-year-old post, and Kristen did this yesterday. Well, we know. Can I just say, too, if Kristen Chenoweth is defending you and doing so on an old post, you're fucked. You're fucked because we know that Kristen loves to be subtle / not so subtle about throwing her weight to throwing her defense onto the wrong side. Like when she jumped in on the Rachel Zegler situation, and it's like, Kristen, theater kids everywhere are clocking this. Okay, this is not sneaky at all. At all. Should I know who Kristen is? Kristen Chenoweth, Galinda, Wicked, also Glee. Also Glee. We don't fuck with old Glenda. Kristen has just done some eyebrow raising things. Like, I really had not I really had only thought of her recently because she has the cameo in Wicked. I thought that was really fun. But then the big thing was when she jumped in to essentially throw Rachel Zegler under the Disney freight train and like be supportive of Jonah Platt, who is the almost 40-year-old baby of Mark Platt. She's about to have a major bomb on her hands next Broadway season with her new musical. Can't say I'll be sad. Cannot say I will be sad. Okay, we were going to look at Elon Musk.
It's now official. Elon Musk is...
It's now official, even though everybody already knew. Elon Musk is out. He gone. This is what we used to do in baseball. He gone. And by that, I mean, I just said that over and over and over again because that's what they would say when they were announcing the White Sox games. And he gone. Didn't he quit once? I mean, this has been, again, this is not surprising. Like, everyone has seen this coming. This has been drawn out over the last however many weeks now. And it's just that it's official.
Leaving his role as a
now.
special government employee in the Trump administration, with a White House official confirming to me tonight that he is going to start the offboarding process this evening, which essentially includes paperwork. It's not totally clear what else. But we did see Musk post this on his own website saying, as my scheduled time as a special government employee comes to an end, I'd like to thank President Trump.
I like that he's making this sound as if he was always on a temporary, I was only ever going to do 4 months, 5 months. Like, this time was scheduled and now I'm leaving because the scheduled time is
for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of
also he successfully received the contracts that he wanted and he's like, okay, I'm good.
Life throughout government. This is all coming as Musk has recently tried to distance himself from the administration to a degree, including when he criticized the president's big beautiful bill, something the president was asked about today and essentially shrugged off.
Well, reactions, a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting. We need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill. But the beautiful is because
the big, beautiful bill, everyone. That's what Jordan Hudson says about Bill Belichick every time he walks into the bedroom. She's like, it's the big, beautiful bill.
Of all of the things we have.
Here's what Elon Musk had to say about that bill, which the congressional...
It's the big, beautiful bill's BBL. BBBBBL. Big, beautiful bill, BBL. I sound like I'm having a stroke.
The National Budget Office has estimated would add more than $3 trillion to the federal deficit.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing. I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
My source on all of this tonight is the veteran tech journalist, Kara Swisher. And Kara, it's great to have you here. What do you make of Elon Musk officially leaving his role that he is tonight?
Well, it's a long goodbye, isn't it? I mean, he seems to be leaving and going out. He needs to work on his company.
It's been a long goodbye.
He was not going to stay there very long.
He's been leaving for a long time.
The fact that his businesses are a bit in distress, and so he needs to pay attention and do his actual job.
Do you think he's actually leaving?
I think he's probably frustrated by the pace of government. And when he goes back to his companies, he says jump and they say how high. At the government, they don't do that. And I think he found a lot more difficulty in finding real cuts and everything else. And I think they're only sending $9 billion in Doge cuts which is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket, which means pretty much his effort was a failure.
Yeah, that's what they're planning to send up to the Hill.
Okay, yes, but also it was not a failure for him as he personally became even wealthier. Like they're framing this in a way where they're like, you know, he just couldn't find more cuts, blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, because he was already slashing and slicing into important federal programs and like doing so in order to hand himself more millions in contracts and like put in his businesses, because his goal is to privatize the federal government. Like he wants the federal government just to be able to offer up these subsidies and these contracts, but he wants all of this to be privatized. The media continues to take him at face value. I mean, I don't expect, I guess, anything more from CNN these days, but
based on what we know so far. But
it's crazy to make it sound like Elon was there trying to legitimately help the working class in America. And they're like, look, he tried to make cuts. There were just not enough cuts legitimate cuts he could make. And so I think he's very frustrated by that. It's like, okay, you are actually making him seem as if he's not a deranged freak, which he is.
I mean, $9 billion might sound like a ton of money to someone who's watching, but when you think about his stated goal of $1 trillion to cut coming in.
$2 trillion at first.
$2 trillion initially, then that was halved to be more realistic.
Yeah.
I think that puts it more in perspective of how much there was this high bar that they did not reach.
No, it's what they spent on paper clips. I mean, it's really not a lot. And he didn't find it. He was able to do it because he made cuts in particular areas.
Do any of these people believe what they're
him,
saying?
Like, foreign budgets, maybe attack NPR, attack things like that. But it wasn't significant cutting that they were talking about, which is reforming government extensively. And as he correctly pointed out, you can't have a bill that's big and beautiful. You can have one or the other. And, you know, Musk can do math, I think, and he understands the deficit. This $2.3 billion or more raising the deficit is very dangerous for this country, which was something I think he genuinely wanted to help fix.
Did the president's response when he was asked about Elon Musk saying, you know, it can be big or it can be beautiful, it can't be both, which he said with a laugh there, but I do think is a point that he actually probably believes.
Kara, you give Elon Musk too much credit, and you are normalizing him by being like, no, he actually really wanted to help fix the country. Elon Musk.
Were you surprised that Trump didn't have a stronger response to that?
No, because he was just saying, yeah, that's the way it goes here up in there. Like, I think he was acknowledging that this is how it happens. This is how the sausage is made. And I think Elon thought, because the way he runs his own companies, that he could just come in and trample everybody. And I think that was one of the problems. I think he bullied cabinet members. I think he ran over things. He took lion's share of the attention, the whole chainsaw thing, which is, thank God, a distant memory. And I think he did a lot more showmanship than he did actual work.
I thought what he said to the Washington Post in an interview was interesting. He said, Doge has just become the whipping boy for everything. Something would go bad, something bad would happen anywhere, and we would get blamed for it even though we had nothing to do with it.
Oh, woe is me. So that's what, you know, when you're on the big leagues, that's what happens. You have to take blame. And he attracted attention to himself, so he has no one to blame but himself in that regard. I mean, he wanted the attention, he wanted the power, he showed up in cabinet meetings, and then he was mad that people didn't agree with him and then started to complain about him, either on the record or off the record. So he's whiny like that in lots of ways. Everyone's out to get him, whether it's Sam Altman or people who don't like Teslas or Elizabeth Warren. It doesn't matter. He's always got some victimization thing going on.
Did it stand out to you that he wasn't wearing the typical hat that he's been donning in a lot of the cabinet meetings, the MAGA hat or anything about Trump? No. And instead he's wearing the shirt.
Occupy Mars. He wears that a lot. That's actually something he wears a lot. No, I think he'll still be around. I think they'll still want him for the money. There's very few people who can write a check that big for particular things. There's a lot of rich people, possibly a lot of easier to deal with rich people, I guess. But there's no one who who really would bet that much, make that much of a bet like Elon does. And that is one attribute he has. His ability to take risks is higher than most people.
Yeah, and it's not like he's totally gone from Trump's orbit. I mean, he was just in the Oval Office.
His ability to take risks is higher than most people. Why are you lionizing him? Why are you trying to make him out to seem as if his successes have been because he's actually very savvy? Because that's how she's making it sound. She's like, you know, he's a risk taker more so than the average person. And like, I guess the logical conclusion there is that's why Elon has gotten to where he is.
When the South African leader was there, and
Sure
obviously
was.
had a huge influence on how that
Clearly,
went down.
clearly, absolutely. I think he'll be able to call Trump up, but I suspect they found him a bit of a nuisance. That's what I understand from people there.
You mentioned his other companies, and today we saw a group of Tesla investors send a letter to him
like,
urging
you
him.
know, it's bad when you're pissing off people in the Trump administration because you're so annoying. He's not a little bit of a nuisance. He's one of the most fucking annoying people to have ever lived. He's so cringe and embarrassing, and nobody likes him. No one likes him.
To commit to at least 40 hours a week running the company.
It bothers
saying
him.
His outside endeavors appear to have diverted his time and attention from actively managing Tesla's operation, as any other chief executive officer or publicly traded company would be expected to do.
Correct. I know that's the thing is, can we please have 40 hours of your week, which is kind of ridiculous. And Tesla's really got some real challenges going forward, including finding a car that people want to buy. And the original car is amazing, but you don't rely on a single car. You have to continue to innovate. And he's dropped the ball there, and others have taken it up. And now he's in a real jam, actually.
Yeah, he seemed to acknowledge that himself, that he spent maybe too much time on politics recently, saying he did blame the media a bit, saying the media is going to overrepresent any political stuff. He said, it's not like I left the companies. It was just relative time allocation that probably was a little too high on the government side.
Oh my God, he was tweeting every 5 minutes all about politics. Come on, he always blames other people. Look at his Twitter storm that he used to have all the time. Now he's tweeting about his businesses
he's
mostly.
the
but
most
he spent all
annoying
his time
person
in a look at me
ever.
situation. Here I am in the front row of the inauguration. Here I am jumping up and down on a stage. Here I am in the cabinet meeting. He has no one to blame but himself on the problems at Tesla. And the fact that
this is Elon Musk when it comes to making decisions. Okay, but this was also literally me playing Resident Evil. Just keeps fucking
competition exists, and that's what's happened here.
Hold on, I gotta turn my hair down.
I think some people may hear this and say, well, he was trying to do good. He was trying to find fraud in the federal government. But I was listening to Steve Bannon last week, and he was essentially saying, you know, Republicans are trying to cut whatever they can from Medicaid for this bill. They're getting blamed by Democrats. He's like, where is DOGE? They were supposed to go after that or go after the Pentagon budget. Instead, they went after smaller projects that didn't net, you know, the huge fraud people were expecting.
I think he's right. It was a lot of jazz hands, and exhausting jazz hands. And he sucked up all the attention. And so if he was going to act like a heat shield, don't be surprised that you get burned. That's my feeling. And, you know, one of the things, he's still going to be a successful business person. One of his companies, Neuralink, just got a big funding. People, you know, I wouldn't bet him out.
Yeah. Because of what he was doing at Doge. Like, of course Neuralink just got more funding.
The car business, although he has a much tougher road there. Obviously, Starlink has challenges, but it's doing really well. The space stuff is really interesting. I mean, if he devotes himself to that, he would be great. But this is going to be probably years from now seen as an alleyway he went down that just didn't work out quite as well for him.
Does it surprise you at all that this did not end in a massive blow up between Elon Musk and Trump that some people predicted might happen?
I don't know, TK, right? He starts by little criticisms. And I think I do tend to agree with him on the tariffs and free trade. Again, he can do math. Deficits are a real problem for this country. And here we have this big, beautiful bill that's going to raise them rather substantially, which is mortgaging the future of our children. It just is. That's the way it is. And I think he believes that. And the tariffs don't help the situation, including for his own businesses.
Kara Swisher, great to have you on set.
Thanks.
Thanks for joining us.
Why does she keep saying he can do math? You know, when you think of Elon Musk, you think of a man who can really do math. I promise you guys, Elon Musk can do math.
SpaceX offered to buy out all of the residents, saying that with new FAA
This kind of just goes for like everything all the time.
This letter that SpaceX sent out is more of a bully attack, a hostile takeover.
But at the same time, SpaceX
yeah, this
was
was me
their employees into town
covering
and
Elon
expanding.
Musk's businesses
Soon there were Airstream trailers
one
lining
day
the
on the
block,
stream.
and a new name for the street that was once called Weem Street. Meme Street.
Everything is so stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Goodbye, Elon Musk. No one will miss you. Even though we know you'll still be around. You may not be working for the federal government anymore. But we are not rid of you, unfortunately.
What the fuck? I want to die. So stupid.
Unfortunately, you laid off thousands of people, you eviscerated government agencies. And you were so annoying. EDC 2025, are you still with me? Are you still with me? And you were a real fucking loser doing all of it. Alrighty, you guys. Blammo. Okay, let's get to covering the next. Let's get to covering the next thing that we're going to cover. Alrighty. Oh, you know who had her baby today was Cassie. Cassie had her third child with her husband, Alex Fine. And all I can say is I hope that Cassie, for the rest of her life, knows only peace, that she is just surrounded by those who love her, that the rest of her life is forever free of the shit stain that is Sean Combs. Goodbye. Congratulations, Cassie. Congratulations on your child. And hopefully, I mean, I know the trial is still going. We'll just watch this little bit here, but trial is still going and it's expected to go through the end of June. And hopefully justice is served and the many victims of Sean Combs can just live the rest of their lives free of this man.
His stage name, The Punisher, to the jury.
This
Hayes is
the male escort, The Punisher, who I previously covered when I was covering the trial. He testified. He testified for the prosecution. He testified to the coercion and all the shit that Diddy did to Cassie. And then he went on CNN to talk about it.
One of the few witnesses to give an uncensored look inside Diddy's freak-offs. In 2012, the exotic dancer allegedly received a call from a woman
He's an exotic dancer
requesting
named
a
The
striptease
Punisher.
for someone named Janet, a.k.a. Cassie Ventura, and her friends. Hayes says he believes Cassie found him through his GetPunished.com website. And at their first meeting, Hayes said Cassie told him her and her husband liked to create a sexy scene, one that her husband would eventually come out to watch. And during that first encounter, Diddy allegedly gave mostly subtle directions. The compensation for that rendezvous, $2,000. Under cross-examination, Hayes testified that Cassie did not appear uncomfortable during their encounters. He, quote, did not get any cues that there was a discomfort with what was going on over the 8 to 12 interactions they all had. Sheree said, The Punisher, Hayes, joins me now, and he's also the author of
Wait,
In
I thought he
Search
was a
of
witness
Freezer
for the
Meat.
prosecution.
He joins us now. Sheree, welcome. It's been a week since you testified. First of all, I'm just wondering what the reaction has been like in your life, knowing that this is such a high-profile case, and here you are in the spotlight in this way.
Yeah, it's been like a whirlwind. A constant outreach from media outlets like this, and just friends and family, people from junior high school actually reaching out just randomly, to.
Wait, I don't understand, because in his testimony, he did talk about how she would like wince and sigh at what Sean Combs was like saying to do, and that she would look to him for like approval for certain activities.
To check in and speak up. It's been a very interesting, trying week.
You've reflected, I think, in some time about what your testimony said and what is like in that courtroom. Can you tell me a little bit what it was like to be on that stand a few feet away from Sean Diddy Combs, who you obviously had been around before in these sexual encounters, but he was more of a voyeur at those times. What was it like being in the room in the courtroom?
Yeah, so I have to say, I thought going into it, I was pretty prepared and confident, but literally when I walked in the room, I got complete anxiety. Like my entire body was shaking. Whatever I envisioned or what I thought, because obviously you can't see anything, it was the tension and the magnitude of the moment was much, much deeper. So it was to some degree terrifying. Like I just could not, whatever I envisioned, it was just so much more that I was not mentally prepared.
You know, I mentioned that he was a voyeur during the sexual encounters. You were involved with Cassie Ventura directly in those rooms, as you've testified. Were you ever involved with Sean Diddy Combs? Did you two ever have an interaction in those sexual encounters?
No, actually, not one conversation, not even eye contact.
Really?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
Well, it was told to me immediately, like on the first encounter, that I was instructed to not look at him, not acknowledge him, not have any interactions with.
By Cassie?
Yeah, by Cassie. So those were the instructions. So I did my best to follow them to the best of my ability because, you know, initially I did not know who they were. And so I just saw it
interviews
as
during an active trial?
opportunity.
Yes.
I see this stunningly beautiful woman and, you know, $2,000 for this type of interaction was, you know, kind of like a no-brainer in terms of it. So I wanted to follow the directions as much as possible. So there was literally no interaction, I didn't even look directly at him.
Because normally you are a dancer, and this was an interaction that would have resulted in sexual intercourse.
Exactly. So,
okay.
Yeah, so this is nuance. It's not something that happens, you know, I've done thousands of parties. This is the only time I was propositioned with something like this, and it was in such magnitude. Like we're in the Trump Hotel, it's like these huge suites, and you can tell this is a very high-profile couple. So I just wanted to be as professional for the scenario as I would assume was required.
Did you ever travel outside of New York with them?
I did not.
When you were engaged in this encounter and intimate with Cassie Ventura, as you've said on the stand, you were asked about whether you had any notice or any idea how she felt about the interaction, whether she was consenting, whether she was uncomfortable in any way. You testified you did not feel as though she was uncomfortable at all. Can you explain?
Yeah, so there was always, like, before the sexual activity, there was always, like, downtime. So I would be greeted by Cassie, kind of put in a room, and we would have casual conversation. You know?
About how long did that last?
10, 15 minutes, you know, and it would be, you know, consistent. How's work going? How's the parties? How's things? So it seemed like a very cordial, laid-back situation. And I actually believed that the scenario was real. It was like her birthday. This was something they were doing as a couple that wasn't normal. I mean, that wasn't their norm. And I honestly thought I was the only person they were engaging with. So I had almost a belief that I was, wow, like this is a cool thing. Like I'm the person.
I'm very curious. So, the prosecution called another male escort, Daniel Phillip, and that witness, so he was their second witness. He testified about witnessing Combs being violent towards Cassie. He said he was paid $6,000. He said he saw Combs throw a bottle at Cassie, drag her across the floor after she did not immediately follow his instructions. He said, Mr. Combs, get out of the room. I saw a bottle fly past her and hit the wall. He said he grabbed her by her hair and started dragging her by her hair into her bedroom. I could hear Cassie yelling, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Then I could hear again what sounded like she was being slapped or someone was being slapped around and slammed around the room. He told jurors he did not feel comfortable intervening because of the power dynamic between him and Combs. I am like wondering the purpose of calling this escort the Punisher, so Sean Hayes, who testified, like, the purpose of his testimony was just to say that I was hired a dozen times, that I did not know initially that it was Sean Combs who I was hired to, to perform sexual acts for. And I was hired to create this sexy erotic scene, and it was Cassie who had, gone to my website or whatever, however she hired him. I was specifically told, and then he said, I was specifically told to try not to look at him, no communication or anything between me and him. The room was very dimly lit. All the furniture was covered in sheets. There was an area pretty much set up for me to sit and for her to sit across from me. And there was little bowls in the area with baby oil in them. But he, as a witness, I'm just trying to understand, like, why the prosecution called him as a witness.
Choosing for this kind of fetish type of environment, and
nothing seemed illegal to you or anything out of sorts.
Not even close. Like I didn't even get any thought of anybody being like under the influence of any drugs or anything. It seems like a very, for the circumstance, everybody was just normally in their right state of mind, and this was just something they did for sexual pleasure.
You never saw any violence?
Nothing close.
Interestingly, you say you haven't seen any violence, you didn't see anyone under the influence of drugs, and you didn't have any idea that she was not consenting in some way. Why do you think you were called to testify?
I'm still trying to figure that out. Like, it's
Really?
after the fact. I'm the only thing that I can kind of maybe think is, there was directions, right? It was in my testimony. It was clear that it was him, I guess, somewhat in control. Not
so?
overbearingly. I mean, it was said to me this scene we were creating was for her husband, aka him. So the only thing I can say is maybe they were trying to show another element of control, and even though in my case it wasn't forceful or aggressive, but it's still another dynamic that maybe they were trying to establish.
Yeah, like, is the prosecution, is their purpose here to show that even if every single instance was not fully, the most extreme, most extreme level of violence, as has been testified before, that there was still, like, there's a spectrum of how he behaved, that even if he was not throwing her across the room or, some of the more violent, abusive actions that have been testified to, just to give an assessment of his character. Yeah. The only thing I worry about is, like, as the jury, do you understand the point that the prosecution is making here? Because of course the defense is going to spin this as proof that Cassie was never under his control, that, like, she was there because she wanted to be there, and all of the other lines of defense they're using, because the point they're making is that, yes, he was violent towards her. This was a domestic violence situation, which we're not saying is good, but this was by no means sexual coercion. There was no sex trafficking involved here. This is not a criminal organization. Like, that is the biggest burden on the prosecution, to show that all of these, all of Sean Combs' activities amount to that of a criminal organization. That is the biggest charge, the RICO charge. And it's why there's still a long way to go here, probably about a month, but I don't know if the jury is going to look at this and cross the bridge from a violent abuser to someone who was using his businesses as a way to, like, launder these criminal activities that include sex trafficking, flying people, taking them across the border, having them engage in non-consensual sexual activities. Criminal organization will be more so shown by example of Capricorn's statement and the coming statements of Diddy's employees. Yes, you're right. There is still a lot of testimony to come. Having this witness, I go, okay, I'm trying to see what the prosecution's purpose is.
Cameras or anything being filmed?
I did not. The rooms were always extremely dim and dark, just candlelit. So it was, if there were cameras, it would have to be some sort of infrared, low light scenario because it was very dark in there.
Who paid you?
Always Cassie.
Did you ever see where the money came from?
I did not. Only one time, like I said in my testimony, we were actually engaging in sexual activity, and he threw a stack of $100 bills on the bed. That Cassie turned to him and asked him was everything was fine, and he just said, I'm enjoying it.
Weren't there multiple so there are multiple escorts, sex workers who are testifying, and then there's one more woman who her allegations of being trafficked, being forced into a variety of sexual activities by Sean Combs or his associates. That is the other major, in my understanding, witness testimony outside of Cassie's, as far as the as far as witnesses who are speaking to the sexual abuse that they endured.
In so many words. And I know that money was collected after the fact and given to me. So that would be the only scenario where I guess money came directly from him by way of, slamming it on the bed, like almost like how somebody would do at like at a strip club.
How, when you've reflected back on your testimony, do you think that your testimony was helpful to the prosecution or the defense in any way?
I mean, going into it, I always thought that because I saw no violence or any outward aggression, I always wondered if this was more beneficial to the defense. But I don't understand the angle of how they're trying to take my testimony and connect it to what they're trying to prove. It's very nuanced what constitutes a RICO and racketeering, and I don't know enough yet. I haven't heard enough to see if my testimony aligns with what they're trying to prove.
One thing that Cassie said on the stand was that she wanted Diddy to know that people were not disposable. And it almost sounded like she was talking collectively about everyone involved in these sexual encounters and these so-called freak-offs. Did you yourself ever feel as though you were either disposable or that you yourself were being trafficked in some way or prostituted?
Not trafficked.
Hold on, I need to pause this because I am not laughing at the things he's saying. Teddy, I'm only laughing at your comment because I have been hounded and harassed by Stephanie Sue Stans. So respectfully, I am just staying away. I am staying away.
In some way or whatever. There was always pressure in terms of being disposable because obviously I'm there to create something like a scene, to create an environment. So at times where there was sexual pressure.
Let me just say again. If Stephanie is putting together comprehensive videos that are very informative and respectful, etc., great. I'm so glad. I had an issue with the one video where she was eating her PB&J and twirling around. I just said, this is not it. This is not it. And since then, the stands have been insane. They are so crazy. I was saying this. Who was I saying? Anyway, I was saying, though, it's almost refreshing in a way dealing with a different part of the internet because I'm so used to dealing with psychotic Zionists who believe burning children alive is a good thing. And so dealing with other groups on the internet, it's like, okay, y'all are annoying as fuck, but you know what? I guess this is a change of pace.
you know, because it's out of my norm. I did have a feeling of, okay, I'm one, you know, scenario where if I don't perform the right way, if I don't create the right ambiance,
My bad.
then
Oh, it's all
maybe
good.
I won't
Don't
get
worry
called
about
back.
It was
But
just
that's
funny.
that's the most pressure that I had. There was no indication of I really believe they were just a happy couple, and this was a sexual fetish that they had.
Do you ever see them be affectionate during these freak-offs together?
I did not. They would never actually interact in front of me. There was like a kind of a cue where if he needed to speak to her or have some sort of direction with her, he would just stand up and leave the room. And if she saw that, she would follow him out. They would be gone 5-10 minutes. Then she'll come back.
Yeah, I mean, that right there. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Are you winning, son? That stream's been over for an hour and a half. The stream's been over for an hour and a half? Oh. Did you win, son? No. Okay. Good job, though.
We'll resume for the most part, but no interaction in front of me. No even conversation other than his directions, which were subtle: move the light, turn your body, maybe put more oil. Those type of gestures in communication.
You said you wanted to, after your testimony, feel at peace.
She's not a fan of the coverage in general. Honestly, my comments I was making was just largely about, of course, I mean, I hate to repeat myself a million times, but about how just the economy of content creators who cover major high profile cases, which that's me as well, but so many of them do so from purely a place of entertainment, and we've seen it over and over again, and the impacts that has. I'm actually having Kat Tenbarge on tomorrow morning so we can talk about this series that she wrote for her Substack, all about smear campaigns, media manipulation, how this affects when it's a high profile case involving celebrities, like the impacts that it has on victims of abuse who are not rich and famous and as well resourced as celebrities are. So that was it. And like, I just want to say that I want to say what I said before. I was simply reacting to this one video that I saw and then other videos from other content creators. And I said, look, you might do every video before this one might be great. Every video after this one might be great. It doesn't mean though that you are not that like we should never be critical of somebody's content. I would say that for anyone. So if it's somebody whose content that you regularly consume, please always do so not with the blinders on. So there might be, and especially when it is something that is as serious and potentially consequential as the Sean Combs case, where there's a lot of room for this to be just salacious and, losing sight of like what this is about. This is about more than just Cassie versus, this is more about Cassie versus P. Diddy. And I just think that, that was my whole thing. That was my whole thing with that. So I'm like, I don't care if you are getting your information from any, from a TikToker, etc., but just always just making sure you don't lose the critical lens when something is not being done in when something's being done in a way that is adding potentially to the issue here of so many of these cases just becoming content for creators, and not everyone is equal in not everyone is equal in how badly they approach these cases. Do not fall in the trap of consuming things like this trial as just drama content. Yeah. And I'm not saying that, like, if you watch whatever true crime content creator that's what you're doing, but I just think it's always good to have that framework. So if something's not good, you can recognize it and be like, you know what? I normally like this person's work, but I didn't like how they approached this. I didn't like how they covered this.
What you've said, knowing what you do now about what Cassie Ventura has said about how she's felt about these freak-offs, what would you say to her if you could?
I would apologize. I would apologize because I had no idea, no indication what she was going through. And if, obviously my involvement kind of furthered her suffering, so just me knowing that as a man, being raised by a single mom and a grandma, just the thought of partaking in a scenario where a woman is possibly being abused is tough to hear. So, I would just apologize to her and, tell her that I was really remorseful and regret if I contributed to a bad experience for her.
Sheree Hayes, thank you so much for joining.
Oh, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Cool. All right. Okay, I don't like Stephanie Sue, but I feel like more people deserve to get called out more than her. And I have. I certainly have. It just, the reason the Stephanie Sue thing I kept bringing up was because I just mentioned one video, and a lot of people who claim to be fans of both of ours said some really, really obnoxious things to me. So I'm like, you know what? All right, now I have to push back on y'all because you're being crazy. Like, this is ridiculous. The way that you are acting is being ridiculous. My God. Okay, let's chill. Let's chill for a second. Okay, I'm going to read this piece in the Washington Post, and I think it is a very important piece. And I think it also, I think it's one where it's not the first time that something in a mainstream media outlet has correctly identified what is happening here. But I do think, I do think it's always important to show when an outlet like the Post finally has a piece that is good, to point out how very intentional the mainstream media is in not reporting this way, but also how things are shifting, that pieces like this are being published more frequently. And of course, there is the cynical side of, well, the the more liberal leaning outlets, because they hate Donald Trump, are going to report on Palestine in a way that is more that is much more fair to what is happening to Palestinians, and less just totally in the pocket of Israel. But anyway, so this piece, which was written by Shadi Hamid, a genocide is happening in Gaza. We should say so. We can no longer avoid these uncomfortable truths. Yeah. Straight up. If anybody is not using the word genocide, they are doing genocide denial. If you are not referring to what is happening in Gaza as a genocide, you are doing genocide denial. Throughout history, atrocities have usually been committed under cover of darkness. The perpetrators know that what they are doing is wrong. They hide it, they deny it, they speak in euphemisms. But what happens when they no longer feel the need to hide? What happens when they say the quiet part out loud? This is what is happening in Gaza today. The mask has come off. Ethnic cleansing has become the official policy of Israel. The nation's leaders are admitting it without apology. There was barely a pretense before, but now there's not even that. And these admissions, combined with mass killing on the ground, point to something even more horrific: genocide. On May 11th, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told lawmakers that Israel's war on Gaza is intended to render large parts of the territory uninhabitable, forcing Palestinians to flee. We are destroying more and more homes. They have nowhere to return to. They are saying it in their own words. So whenever anybody tries to argue that it is not genocide, because for genocide you need intent, just offer up the words of fucking Netanyahu and Smotrich and all of these fascist freaks. Even the Trump administration, which is, or at least was, about as pro-Israel as you can get, understands what is happening. As President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff recently said, Israel's not ready to end the war. Israel's prolonging the war, even though we do not see where further progress can be made. Although simultaneously, they will recognize this, but then do the reason a ceasefire deal is not going through is because Hamas is not agreeing to it. And Hamas is like, we have agreed to it. And then Israel is over here being like, yeah, we don't want to end the war. So who's lying here? Who is the one who is... who is it that is blocking this ceasefire deal? Is it the one who's saying we want a ceasefire, we are agreeing to these terms, or is it the side that's like, no, we want to keep going. We want to keep going. We don't want to stop. We're not going to stop. Anonymous gifter, thank you. When the intent becomes so explicit, we are forced to confront our own complicity. For Israel's defenders, the cognitive dissonance is difficult to bear. I get it. Many Americans have long seen Israel as an ally, a country that shares our values. What are those values these days? A Western liberal outpost in a sea of supposed Arab barbarism. But Israel's actions in Gaza should shatter that perception. That a close ally of the United States would declare its intention to displace a population is remarkable, but many Israelis, including senior officials and ministers, have been saying this for a long time. Just 1 month into the war, Agricultural Minister Avi Dichter said, "We are now rolling out the Gaza Nakba," explicitly referencing the 1948 expulsion of more than 700,000 Palestinians from their land. In December 2023, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich stated that what needs to be done in the Gaza Strip is to encourage emigration, and that having 100,000 or 200,000 Arabs in Gaza and not 2 million would allow the desert to bloom. This month, Smotrich offered further clarification. The goal is to leave Gaza totally destroyed, he said. These are not opposition figures or fringe elements. These are members of the Israeli cabinet. This kind of language has always been central to ethnic cleansing campaigns, but what is happening in Gaza goes beyond ethnic cleansing and crosses into genocide. It has been genocide since October of 2023. Ethnic cleansing refers to the forced removal of populations from territory, while genocide involves physical destruction of a group or part of a group. What makes the situation in Gaza so horrifying is that it is both. The scale of death and destruction is staggering. Former Israeli Prime Minister Olmert described the reality starkly in a May 22nd op-ed. What we are doing in Gaza is a war of annihilation, indiscriminate, unrestrained, brutal, and criminal killing of civilians. As The Economist recently reported, new research suggests that as many as 109,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel, which would represent about 5% of the pre-war population. The other thing, too, is like, yes, we've seen the shift in media where they are no longer being like, oh, well, the Hamas ministry, but obviously they're lying. Like, they are reporting on, of course, that language is still there depending on the outlet. But I do think that recognizing this shift away from being just purely pro-Israel, it's good, but also the media's complicity in laundering approval for and consent for genocide should never be forgotten. This is one of those that when the dust settles, when the history books are written about this time, we will not allow those who were complicit, those in the media class, politicians, billionaires, people in power who facilitated this, should not be allowed to live the rest of their lives without that being brought up every single time they are anywhere. Their name should always be associated with being pro genocide of the Palestinians. It should be a black mark forever. I wish everyone could be thrown in The Hague. I do. Yep, they will try to say that they were always against it or that they didn't know or blah 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 blah. About 90% of Gazans have been displaced many multiple times, forced to flee from one safe zone to another as Israel's military levels entire neighborhoods. More than 90% of housing units have been destroyed or damaged. The engineered humanitarian emergency is equally damning. Israel has weaponized starvation as a method of warfare, blocking food and supplies from entering the territory for 10 weeks. The new Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Report finds that 22% of the population faces catastrophic levels of food insecurity, with 71,000 children younger than 5 facing acute malnutrition. The facts fit the definition. Many people think of genocide narrowly as the attempt to obliterate an entire people by mass murder, but under international law, the definition is broader. By the way, for those who are trying to say it's not genocide because not every Palestinian has been killed, not every Jewish person was murdered during Nazi Germany, and yet it was a genocide. It was a Holocaust. A genocide does not mean that every single person of an ethnic, religious, or however defined population is murdered. It's an insane talking point. It's just ridiculous. The UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, ratified by 153 states, including Israel and the United States, defines genocide as acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, including by killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mentally harm to members of the group, and deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? A new consensus is slowly emerging. Numerous genocide scholars, those who have dedicated their lives to studying this most extreme form of violence, now concur that what Israel is doing in Gaza meets the definition. Genocide scholars, not one, not two, numerous genocide scholars have concluded that this is what Israel is doing. Once reluctant experts, including Israeli scholars such as Omer Bartov and Shmuel Liederman, have shifted their position in the face of mounting evidence. As another professor of Holocaust and genocide studies, Roz Siegel, put it, "Can I name someone whose work I respect who doesn't think it's genocide? No." We have also witnessed in Gaza the stages inherent in genocide. First comes the dehumanization of the targeted population. The historical pattern is consistent from Rwanda to Bosnia, a process that begins with stripping away a group's humanity through rhetoric and symbolism, segregating them and identifying them as an existential threat. Then comes the creation of conditions that make life unbearable, starve the population, and cut off supplies. Create, in other words, an environment where people cannot survive. Then call their exodus voluntary. Of course, in this case, they have nowhere to go. Gaza isn't so much an open-air prison, it's an open-air killing field. Israel's defenders will argue that it is waging a just war precipitated by Hamas's horrific October 7, 2023 attack, which killed more than 1,100 Israelis. They will point to Hamas's continued rocket fire and its strategy of operating in densely populated areas. Urban warfare inevitably produces collateral damage. War is hell. War is such hell. Maybe Hamas shouldn't have attacked on October 7th. And Hamas bears ultimate responsibility for embedding itself within civilian infrastructure. These talking points cannot absolve Israel of responsibility for the scale of carnage that it has unleashed. There must be a limit. Hamas has argued that everything Israel did to Palestinians before October 7th justified October 7th. Israel argues that because of what happened on October 7th, everything it does in the name of war is justified. They are not the same, but both rationales deploy a maximalist logic that the laws of war are suspended when you're dealing with a uniquely barbaric enemy. Yeah, I guess the idea is that nothing nothing justifies October 7th, but October 7th justifies every single thing that has happened since then. So no act of violence against the Palestinians in the decades prior to October 7th is justification, but October 7th is justification for Israel to genocide the population. Whatever, and here's the thing too, okay? Here's the thing. If there were not an entire history prior to October 7th, if there were not the systems in place, the Israeli systems in place that have been violently oppressing Palestinians for decades, if the Nakba hadn't happened, etc., what Israel is doing is still not acceptable. Like, even in the Zionist brain where you go, history started on October 7th, what Israel has done post October 7th for the last 20 months, you still cannot justify that. They have violated the highest international orders. They have defied international law. So even if you believe that history began on October 7th, you still, per humanitarian laws, per the ways of this world, cannot do what Israel has been doing for the last 20 months. You can't. You cannot do that. That's not justifiable. No democratic nation that claims to share Western values destroys entire family lines, bombs refugee camps, or shoots at starving crowds seeking food. The destruction of civilian infrastructure, hospitals, universities, bakeries, water treatment plants isn't what nations do when they're fighting a just war. We are witnessing the destruction of a people in Gaza, a genocide. As the UN Genocide Convention states, the most difficult thing to prove in genocide is intent, which is why there have been relatively few formally recognized genocides over the past century. But Israeli officials have declared their intent and are doing so with a newfound honesty. Yeah, they're not hiding it. They're like, no, we want to kill everybody. Nope, we want to do another Nakba. Faced with assault on a population of this magnitude, one might expect universal condemnation. Yet, when atrocities are committed by a country perceived as sharing our values, powerful psychological forces activate to protect our beliefs. Israel can't be that bad. It's an advanced nation where people speak English. They vote in regular elections. Gal Gadot's from there. That should just tell you enough, based on her acting, okay? Are you not wondering what it is like in Israeli society to produce such talent as Gal Gadot? Kal-El, no. Literal denial, it didn't happen. Interpretive denial, it wasn't what it seems. And implicatory denial, it doesn't matter. Confirmation bias plays a part here too. Imagine you had a close friend or family member who was accused of unspeakable crimes. You'd have strong incentives to explain away their actions, or better yet, deny that they committed them in the first place. To admit that someone you love was capable of evil can simply be too difficult, because in some sense that realization would implicate you as well. The reality of anti-Semitism expressed violently in the May 21st killing of two is, see, this is where it's like, okay, now they're referring to, contributes to the reluctance to speak out with clarity. Bro, God. There's also the profoundly uncomfortable reality that a country, this is the Washington Post still, Israel, forged in part as a response to genocide, is itself committing genocide. Just as a reminder that acts of violence that are committed against Israel and anyone associated with the Israeli government, those being labeled as anti-Semitic, even when the stated intentions are that this is because of what Israel has been doing, that is dangerous. God, I feel like a broken record all the fucking time. But so essentially, like any attack on Israel or Israeli governmental officials then is going to be labeled as anti-Semitism, which ties yet again Judaism, that it ties all Jewish people into Israel. And the blame for Israel's actions then is put on the entirety of the Jewish population. And it is dangerous. There's also the profoundly uncomfortable reality that a country, Israel, forged in part as a response to genocide, it's talking about the Holocaust, is itself committing genocide. It brings to mind Edward Said's famous remark that Palestinians were and still are, decades later, the victims of the victims. The reluctance to use the term genocide has precedents that should give us pause. During the Rwandan genocide in 1994, U.S. State Department officials were instructed to avoid using the word, partly out of concern that it would create legal obligations to intervene. About 800,000 Tutsis were massacred while the world debated terminology. Yeah, like there is something so sick about debating whether or not what is happening in Gaza is a genocide, which has been happening for 20 months now. And it's like, people are still dying, okay? They're still being bombed to death. They're being starved to death. And we're over here debating terminology. We're like, well, it's not a genocide. And then another story of like 200 more Palestinians die after the latest airstrike. It's like, but not a genocide, so it's not bad. If it's not classified as a genocide, if we don't use that terminology, then everything is fine. It's all good. In Bosnia, it took years for international courts to officially recognize the 1995 Srebrenica massacre, in which more than 8,000 men and boys were systematically executed as genocide, long after timely intervention might have saved lives. Words matter because they determine action. When we avoid naming a genocide for what it is, we become complicit in allowing it to continue. Terms like humanitarian crisis or even war crimes can function as euphemisms that fall short of triggering the moral and legal imperatives that genocide demands. The power of naming isn't some academic exercise, it's practical. It determines whether the international community mobilizes to stop atrocities or simply manages their aftermath. There was a time when I would have cautioned against using a word like genocide too freely, worried about diluting its meaning. But we are well past that now. Shielding people from uncomfortable truths is self-defeating. Words have meaning and they should be used when they describe reality. Otherwise, we're in denial, and atrocities at this scale shouldn't be denied. Israel's brutalization of the Palestinian population in Gaza has gone on too long. These are unspeakable and, more important, indefensible crimes. We cannot be complicit in minimizing them or pretending that they are not happening because they are enough. This is the part that makes my blood boil. We'll clearly acknowledge this is a genocide in half a century, but meanwhile the massacre goes on with the full backing of the U.S. and much of Europe. Yeah. Where it's like, okay, so let's say this is not a genocide, even though it is. Does then that make what's happening okay? Like, by removing that word, does that remove then the gravity, the just absolute barbarity of this situation? It's honestly even worse with Gaza, since other genocides, at least in recent years, haven't so directly involved the U.S. where we can be so sure of the actions of the attacking party, but we know exactly what Israel's doing, as they have no issue telling us. Yeah, and as we're like, here's more money and more weapons. Here you go. Here you are. Yeah, instead of stopping it, we're like, wait, hold on. What word should we use to describe the mass murders? Yeah, it's like an argument by Zionists has become, it's not genocide. And it's like, okay, so are you still condemning what's happening, or are you not? Or because of the it's not genocide argument, you are then saying that what is happening, whatever word you want to put on it, is fine. It's all good. Magically makes killing hundreds a day okay. Yeah. It's like, okay. When the dust settles, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians will have been massacred. But that's okay as long as we don't label it as genocide. Like on October 6, 2023, it was still an apartheid and needed to be ended. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like all of these words, they don't want to, they're like, no, it's not an apartheid. okay, so it's just a system where Palestinians are discriminated against for being Palestinian, and they are not in control of their own autonomy. It's like, okay, we'll use the description, but I guess not the word. It's not an occupation. Okay, it literally is. They are literally occupying and have been for decades. But it's like, oh, I guess you don't want to use the words. So can we use the definitions to describe what is happening? What exactly is taking the UN so long? I mean, this is what happens. It's like the UN when investigating cases against nations brought by other nations or against individuals, shit just takes forever. They've never ever been quick in coming to these conclusions. It's usually long after said genocide or, whatever war crimes have come to an end. And also the United States. Yes, it's important to remember, like, the US's influence. I try to imagine a world where they admit it's a Holocaust. They would literally keep going. They'd change the framing. They have to be stopped by the people supplying them with the means to continue. I know. It does feel like we're one step away from them just being like, yeah, no, we are committing genocide. That is our intent. Like, from using the actual word. Because it's like, okay, everything else, all the other words you've used, that hasn't mattered. So what's to stop y'all from just straight up being like, no, it's a genocide. That's what we're doing. That's our plan here. All right, you guys, let's watch this video. A new pop culture detective video just dropped. Anyway, if anyone is still refusing to call a genocide, then they must be shamed forever, and they are doing genocide denialism. Okay, it's on the same level as Nazi freaks who pretend that the Holocaust never happened. If you are denying the genocide of the Palestinian people as it is happening in front of our own eyes, then you are doing Holocaust denialism. That's it. All right, this is The Myth of the Alpha Male, a new pop culture detective video.
Let's start with a very simple fact. There's no such thing as an alpha male.
Oh my God, that's the scariest thing I've ever seen.
It's a false myth with no basis in biology or science. That fact, however, hasn't stopped the pseudoscience behind a dominance hierarchy among men from spreading like a virus through our media culture.
Becoming an alpha male means that without saying a word, you're able to project confidence and sexuality simply through your body language.
While you'd expect to hear the term from performatively macho grifters who prey on the insecurities of young men.
Okay, I already disagree with this video because I am an alpha male.
Are put on this earth to hunt women. And even though women deny it, they want to be hunted. They need it. It's part of our biological imperative as animals.
The alpha male myth is also commonly invoked in popular movies.
We all big guys. The three of us. Alphas.
Television shows.
In the information age, Sheldon, you and I are the alpha males.
And children's media.
You're not the alpha. I'm the alpha.
No, I'm the alpha.
Can you imagine if we ever lived in a world where Big Bang Theory was not the most popular show in America?
So rather than spend our time analyzing these screeds of creepy pickup artists or reactionary influencers, in this video, we will instead examine the alpha male myth as filtered through Hollywood, focusing on how mainstream pop culture, often inadvertently, primes young men to embrace a fictional form of predatory manhood. First things first, we need to start by reiterating that the myth of the alpha male has been thoroughly debunked.
Every alpha male being
term-
like, actually, this is wrong. How could it be debunked when I'm an alpha male? My very existence defies this myth debunking that you so speak of. I think it was You're Wrong About. They had a podcast episode. I'm pretty sure they did. Alpha males, You're Wrong About. Yeah. Very good episode.
Alpha male dates back to studies of wolves in zoos from the 1940s and 50s. But the concept didn't really take off in the public imagination until a few decades later, when biologist David Misch published a book entitled The Wolf. It quickly became a bestseller, but the underlying research was deeply flawed. Those old studies of wolves in captive environments seemed to show males viciously competing for dominance until one took over as leader
Breaking Dawn!
and the others submitted to his rule. Researchers at the time
Bella, where you been, Loca?
dubbed the most aggressive wolf the alpha male,
beast of the wild,
and mistakenly concluded that fighting for dominance
cares about alpha males when
must
we've got
be
omega
natural
males? Straight up.
wolf pack behavior. Turns out they were wrong.
The hell you been,
Wolves
Loca?
living in the wild don't employ dominance-based hierarchies. And they don't engage in a vicious competition to dominate other members of their own group.
What?
Wolf packs in the
What? But some guy with an AI profile photo on Twitter told me that alpha males are real. It's called Sigma Grindset, bruh.
wild are actually family units. Pack leaders are just parents raising their offspring.
What is
Researchers
this
now
woke
refer to
wolf
them
shit?
as the breeding pair. Wolves are, of course, a predator species, but they're also remarkably loving and playful creatures within their packs. It's only within the unnatural environment of captivity, where a bunch of animals from unrelated packs are forced into close proximity, that we see unnaturally aggressive behaviors emerge.
So you mean when humans imprison animals, take them out of their natural environments, their behavior will change? That it will not be how they naturally exist in the wild? You mean when we've locked them up, when we've ripped them out of their habitats? What? You don't say. Picture of a snail. Thank you for the 23 months.
A similar phenomenon occurs with human beings when trapped inside of prison environments.
You know, that collar looks good on you.
Yeah, look a whole hell of a lot better with your blood on it.
Yeah, good luck with that, Hercules.
And when you really think
Oh my
about
God,
it,
these movies
the
are
alpha
so
male
drama.
myth obviously makes no sense. Because a pack of animals that's constantly fighting with each other would have a much lower chance of survival in the wild.
Violent displays of dominance and submission are common in every pack, reminding each member of his specific role. Blood is drawn, but
David Misch later admitted that his initial conclusions were wrong, and even tried to get publishers to stop printing his best-selling book. They refused, but it was too late anyway, because the myth of the alpha male had already become entrenched in popular culture.
Course.
The trouble with wolves is that sometimes in the fight for dominance, one of them ends up.
It's always hilarious when a scientist will publish something and it's like, actually, I was wrong. Can I take it back? And popular culture is like, nope, too late. Sorry, no takebacks. That's it. That's all. This is too deeply ingrained now within popular culture that we will not be making any amendment. Same thing happened with sharks. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that when we watched Jaws, but there's a lot that has a lot of truths about just name anything. I mean, honestly, a lot of truths that have just become distorted or dramatized to the point that because of the influences in pop culture, people have genuinely been like, the masses have genuinely been misled on, because their only experience and understanding of, say, sharks or wolves is how they are depicted in popular culture. So it's like, if all you know of sharks are shark movies, then yeah, you're gonna think that like every time you step in the water, a shark is gonna try to eat you. That sharks are like the most these apex dangerous predators. But have you considered what the dog doing? You know what? It's real to me. It's real to me. That's how we get so many idiotic conspiracy theorists. People don't understand how science works. They think that anytime someone makes a correction or retraction of a previous conclusion, it means they're lying or they're wrong. They're like, no, once you've already said it, that's it, okay? And if you try to take it back, I'm going to call you woke. I'm going to call you a liar. You know what it is, too, is that a lot of times things are just not as interesting as they are depicted in movies and in the media. That's the truth. It's like, oh, this thing that's actually not that dramatic and not that dramatic and not that like horrifying or whatever. It just emotionally, it induces a very emotional response. And it's why often fiction replaces reality, because it's more interesting.
Dead.
In that case, the trick is...
Let me tell you, being a librarian is not that sexy. You mean librarians all don't look like the prototypical librarian in a 2000s horny teen film?
To be the wolf that's still standing at the end.
From there, the alpha male myth was quickly misapplied to all other animal species.
How dare you?
Including apes and even dinosaurs. And then finally, misapplied to human nature writ large.
Who's the alpha?
You're looking at him, kid.
At this point, I think it's helpful to pause and define what is generally meant when someone uses the term alpha male today.
It's about pure, unchecked, uncompromised, testosterone-driven male power.
John, didn't I ask you to line the garbage pails?
And you lied to your damn self, woman!
What?
The myth falsely asserts that there exists a biological dominance hierarchy in human society. One in which men are meant to control women and compete with each other for power and status.
Right, and this is the whole concept of like men do things to impress other men because women are not competing as alpha males. It's only men. It's like, oh, as a guy, I'm going to buy all these bottles and send it to this other table where another guy is. Not because I'm trying to impress women, but because I'm trying to impress this dude. I'm trying to establish my dominance because we're out here in the wilderness and we're competing to be the alpha male.
Will be the alpha male after tonight.
Mark, I would have stopped 9/11 Wahlberg. That's right.
It's a
That's right.
zero-sum mentality in which everyone is reduced to either predator or
He would
prey.
have.
You gotta decide whether you're a wolf
But I guess we'll never know.
or a sheep.
According to this worldview, the most aggressive, intimidating, and controlling men should be celebrated as alphas, while any man who expresses emotional vulnerability, practices caregiving, or favors de-escalation can be denigrated as a beta male.
You gotta be alpha. Stop all this beta male stuff.
Which is, by the way, another completely made-up term.
Do you know what I love about pop culture detective videos? Is that you know how often the subject, so whatever the subject of his video is, you know how like often it is depicted in popular culture, but you really realize how present it is, how it is. There's just endless examples to pull from. Watching one of his videos, you're like, oh,
I
damn.
mean, why the alpha dog? Or you can just be a little tiny poodle.
While half the internet seems to wholeheartedly believe in sorting men into various categories based on the Greek alphabet,
I am the alpha dog!
the other half delights in dunking on the absurdity of that belief. But as should be evident by now, simply making fun of something doesn't automatically mean it loses its power in society. So let's take a closer look at how the alpha male myth has spread through culture.
Dad hasn't turned Lucky against you. The dog just listens to him because he's the alpha male.
No what?
The boss, numero uno. Lucky has to follow Dad. It's nature.
I must establish my dominance and show code.
Wait. Doesn't that kid voice, not Gumdrop? What's the other... Wait, what's the other fucking animated show? Oh, wait, what was the show by... Not Rick and Morty. Or, I didn't mean Gumdrop, Gumball. Solar Opposites, yes. I think he's one of the voices in that.
Coco, who the new alpha is.
Since wolves and dogs are evolutionarily related, the false dominance hierarchy myth has also had a negative impact on dog training.
Okay, I am establishing, watch me, I am establishing dominance.
Pet training charlatans like Cesar Millan have become famous using widely discredited domination-based
Oh my god, I remember
techniques,
this episode of Bones.
which have their roots in the alpha male myth.
Maybe you need to establish yourself as the alpha. Growl back at him.
Not only is the idea that you need to establish dominance
Who does Farley respond to, me or Will? I am his mother. What do you think the answer is?
over your dog complete nonsense, it can also be abusive.
Just do it. Just kick him. It's the only way he'll respect you. Dominate him. Kick him.
Right. Did you just kick that dog? I was dominating him.
While it is possible to traumatize an animal into doing what you want, it's both immoral and also not nearly as effective as reward-based training.
Give her a try.
Thankfully, those punitive...
Guess I'll be Googling Cesar Millan charlatan. Oh, I mean, that has been years and years of accusations that Cesar Millan is a fraud. Like, that's nothing new.
Punitive, fear-based training models are now falling out of favor.
Dominance
Are
established.
you guys doing the thing the video is talking about as we watch it?
You
Yes.
mind your own call.
Unfortunately, when it comes to human masculinity, the alpha male myth is as popular as ever. Its poisonous effect on our culture continues unabated.
What was that? I'm a man, Peter. I've got an ocean of testosterone flowing through my veins. Society tells us to act civilized, but the truth is we're animals, and sometimes you gotta let it out.
Despite being thoroughly debunked, Hollywood writers continue to employ the alpha male concept in their scripts.
Oh my back.
Largely because it offers a fast and convenient way to ratchet up conflict in a story.
Good boy.
Though, depending on the genre, it is framed in different ways.
He appears to be a follower of the manosphere,
Oh, God.
real and...
Wait, is this? Hold on a second. This is a Criminal Minds episode from 2005? Hold on a second. What episode is this from? Wait, someone figure this out.
Story.
Good boy.
Though, depending on the genre, it is framed in different ways.
He appears to be a follower of the manosphere, a real and often disturbing corner of the internet.
In crime dramas,
Wait, this is a recent episode? Okay, he just has the date. See, he has Criminal Minds 2005. So I got confused. I mean, I know the show's been going for 100 years, but I'm like, I'm sorry. There was an episode. Is Criminal Minds like clairvoyant? That just kind of threw me for a loop for a second. What what episode is this from? Because I used to watch Criminal Minds, but I haven't watched in a long time. Does anybody know? Does anyone know what episode of Criminal Minds? Okay. You mean it's from the episode titled Alpha Male? Okay. You don't say. Denied bail for being deemed a possible flight risk, Reed is sent to a correctional facility in the general population for holding instead of in protective custody in the overcrowded jail. Reed's predicament, which places him at risk, may not be an accident. He receives some unexpected advice on survival on the inside. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is called to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where in two separate incidents, half an hour apart, two 20-somethings, a male and a female, were doused in the face with acid. These incidents follow two other closely timed acid dousings 1 week prior, also of a 20-something male and female. One of the three victims is the team is able to interview. They all state that their attacker was a male wearing an overcoat and a baseball cap and uttered something in a foreign language just prior to the attack. Classic foreign language. In determining those foreign words, the team is able to track the direct source of the unsub's rage to a website for lonely singles, the outsiders who see themselves as good, if not better than the alpha males who seem to get the women. The website posts photos of alpha males and bitches, the victims who look very much like the photos on the website. Ultimately, the team is able to identify the unsub who they know is planning a mass attack. They just have to find out when and where before it happens. Yeah, remember you guys, the manosphere is not something that popped up in the last year. It's just that the mainstream media have been nonstop reporting on it because of... One, it's like they all figured the same thing out at the same time. But two, because of the influence that the manosphere, podcasters, etc., had on this recent election. So Donald Trump had at his election night party Aiden Ross, the Nelk Boys, etc., or like he shouted them out. Theo Vaughn was there. Joe Rogan was there. And so the media is like, oh, we got to write about the manosphere. And they all started writing at the same time. There's an episode of Law & Order SVU where this guy attacked girls and would call them Stacy and like insult guys by calling them Chad. Hey, Chad. 2005, the episode called Paul Thomas was about pickup artists. The episode called Paul Thomas. I remember that episode because I watched early Criminal Minds. Okay, wait. What was I looking at? Yeah, we were looking at this. Wait, there was one other thing I was going to say. Oh, yes. The thing I was going to say is, so one thing that speaking of the Tate brothers, Sia charged with rape and trafficking. They really are collecting rape and sex trafficking charges like Infinity Stones. Goodbye. I hope please, can they rot in prison and can we never ever have to deal with them ever fucking again. Okay. They have so many charges against them. There is so much evidence against them. Can they be convicted and then go away forever, please? But anyway, what I was going to say is one tenet of manosphere in like alpha male, sigma grind set, manosphere beliefs, right? Like what's part of the Constitution is that men, young men, old men, average men, not everyone's gonna be a billionaire, okay? You're not gonna be a billionaire, but you can still be a man. Capital M man. You can still be a domineering, imposing figure. You can be respected. You can have this great life because these are the commandments you need to follow, and it largely involves dominating women. Okay? As long as you subjugate women, then you will be a man. And so the whole alpha male, right? The alpha male mentality, it's like, this is the most important thing as a man, to remember that you need to go out there and be dominant, and that's the most important thing you can do as a man, and then you will be satisfied. You will be fulfilled. That's what you should do. And if you're unhappy, if you're lonely, if you're sad, it's because you're not doing these things to be a man.
It's often invoked as a possible motivation for an especially heinous crime committed by the bad guy of the week.
He sees himself as a catch, a true alpha male who has been overlooked by women and is superior to the men they choose over him.
Mathers was the submissive. His partner is the alpha male.
Sexual sadism can go hand in hand with sexual dysfunction.
Like he's playing God. More like the way you treat a dog. He's an alpha male, making her completely dependent, which is why he targeted the same woman twice.
Many police procedurals have one sensationalized, very special episode dedicated to the shocking discovery of the manosphere.
Found this hater online. He's one of those men's rights movement guys.
I did.
It's one of the funniest template for, you know how all these crime shows, they're all procedural crime shows. There's a procedure they follow. But yes, the discovering the alpha male serial killer, discovering the manosphere, whether it's Ice-T, doing it, or whoever else, that is a thing in crime shows. Putting the computer down and being like, look what I found. Look what I found on this guy's Tumblr. And it's all pictures of him, I don't know. They're like, look at these images. He's having sex with a wolf. What do you think this means? Have you watched Interior Chinatown? I haven't watched it yet, but I have read the book.
Some digging around in the manosphere.
Manosphere on Tumblr? You know
This
it.
is the manosphere. It's the home for everyone who hates women.
These type of storylines tend to frame the
Look,
alpha.
Ice-T would find the manosphere on Tumblr, okay? Ice-T would do it.
Male myth as the bizarre fringe belief of serial killers, when in actuality, it's an extraordinarily common worldview held by a great many people.
Yeah, that's such an insane notion that if you are as a misogynist, as a self-professed alpha male, as a member of the manosphere, you're a serial killer. That if you are a serial killer, or if you are defined this way, then you are also a serial killer. Or if you are a serial killer, it's because of these reasons, rather than this just being something that normal everyday men participate in.
Meanwhile, in comedies and sitcoms, the term is usually mined for humor.
When I fail to open this jar and you succeed, it will establish you as the alpha male.
What up?
Go ahead, it's pre-loosened.
Wait, what? You just said that so loud. I said it so loud. I'm sorry, I cannot hear. Huh? I don't know. I put it somewhere. I'm sorry. It's like how they only depict racists as literal KKK members. Yes, it's like here is on the extreme end of racism. He's part of the Klan. Yeah, that's such a good it's such a good analogy where it's like he's racist because he's part of the Klan. Or we need someone whose motivation is racism, so they also have to be part of the clan.
Though it should be noted, the punchlines are typically made at the expense of men who are deemed too weak or effeminate to be considered a true alpha.
Hey, Chell.
Mr. Gable, please, there's no need for a scene. Obviously, we are both alpha males. It's because alpha...
Oh, you mean that the constrictions on men are coming from other men? You mean that men feeling emasculated, that they feeling challenged are because of other men? Is that a reenactment of that guy on the whatever podcast failing to open the jar? I know exactly what you're talking about. No, because Big Bang came before. So maybe the guy on the whatever podcast failing to open the jar had been reenacting Big Bang Theory. Jacob, thank you for the 30 months.
Males.
I'll be right back.
Like us.
I'm a strong alpha.
No, yeah, exactly.
It's in every gal's nature to want to nest with an alpha male.
The same joke is repeated over and over and over ad nauseum.
I'm submitting to its strength. It's the alpha.
You'll notice that even when employed humorously, the validity of the underlying concept is rarely called into question.
You're gonna have to start acting like the alpha dog.
Right. Alpha dog. I can do that.
Okay,
Please
okay,
don't go.
later.
Wait, no, wait,
Okay,
look.
The myth is especially prevalent in talking animal movies, wherein animals act as stand-ins for people and thus behave in distinctly human ways.
You listen to us and we turn you into an alpha male.
I don't know. Who's alpha line? You are. Don't you forget it.
It's particularly popular in stories featuring anthropomorphized dogs or wolves.
It's the alpha.
Bosco, alpha male who runs the park. He's the toughest dog around.
What about an alpha giraffe? Yeah.
He doesn't look that tough.
Yes, alpha. Alpha? I am not alpha. He is. Oh.
Science fiction and fantasy writers often use the myth as a lazy template for the social structures of their mythological creatures.
Oh my
Be
god,
it
I forgot
vampires,
about this movie.
aliens, zombies, werewolves, of course, and even Godzilla.
All packs, from wolves to killer whales, they all respond directly to an alpha.
Wouldn't it be so funny? Do you know what I want? Please, can we get a scene in a movie like Godzilla King of the Monsters where you have Coach being like, listen, he says exactly what he said here. Okay, I'll just run it back.
Wolves to killer whales, they all respond directly to an alpha.
Regardless
And then it just comes to a screeching halt and there's one person in the back like, excuse me, actually, scientifically that's untrue. And it just kills the entire, it kills all the drama. Like the music comes to an end. Like there's everyone who's like, oh yes, and then they turn and they're like, oh, okay, who invited them? Nerd, actually. Yeah, the nerd who kills the momentum. Sorry, it's my first day here. Hi everyone. My name is Greg. Just started here. Really excited to be here. But actually, I just have to say that's actually not true. It's actually, well, sorry to be that guy, Sorry. Yeah, Caroline ruins everything. That's literally Adam ruins everything. That is the just premise of Adam ruins everything.
Of the context or target demographic. Most entertainment continues to treat the pseudoscience behind a natural dominance hierarchy
Mean
in
Girls was
society
so
as
bad.
a valid concept, when it's not.
Renee Rapp, the only good part of Mean Girls.
Whenever this topic is discussed, someone will bring up chimpanzees. But the notion that chimps employ a strict dominance-based hierarchy where the most aggressive alpha males naturally rise to the top is also a myth. That false idea is rooted in those same studies of wolves in captive environments that we talked about earlier, and was popularized by another best-selling book in the 1980s called Chimpanzee Politics. The author of that book has also since disavowed his initial conclusions and now spends his time trying to
Doesn't
undo
matter.
the damage that book caused.
Doesn't matter.
In reality, troops of chimpanzees in the wild actually employ relatively complex political structures. While it is possible for leaders to gain power through aggression,
Shut up,
those
nerd!
troops tend to be highly unstable. The more stable and lasting chimp societies have leaders who maintain their position through a variety
Hero,
of
thank you for the 5
political
months.
strategies, including alliance building, demonstrating empathy, peacemaking, and grooming. That being said, it's important to underscore that we should always be extremely wary of anyone claiming that animal behavior can be neatly mapped onto human society.
See, look, it says here wolves are independent.
Yep.
Hyper-focused.
Like a laser.
Detail-oriented.
Nothing too small, baby.
And have a healthy disrespect for authority.
And there it is. I'm a wolf from snout to rump. Don't get these hackles up, or you'll get the fangs.
Human beings are far more complex and varied than wolves or monkeys or lions or lobsters or whatever.
Oh, you guys. I'm just an ordinary alpha lobster doing his job.
The idea that there exists a natural order where the strong are naturally meant to dominate the weak is just a convenient excuse for men's antisocial behavior.
No. Ooh, clock it.
That underlying fallacy of a naturally occurring hierarchy also helps explain the cultural resilience of the alpha male myth.
It's nature. Males are forced to fight, to dominate, and to impregnate all females.
Since this worldview elevates men's ability and willingness to
Yep.
dominate others, it's not surprising that conservatives, neo-reactionaries, fascists, and authoritarians of all stripes embrace the alpha-beta myth so completely, as it seems to add.
Have you ever seen Fight Club? Because that's like the movie of all movies, Fight Club. If Fight Club isn't your favorite movie, then it's because you're soy. It's because you're weak.
Legitimacy to their pre-existing chauvinist and supremacist ideologies.
But today, you become a man.
And here's where all of this gets very dangerous very quickly. Underneath all the bluster and doublespeak, imposing a strict dominance hierarchy on society is the ultimate goal of all right-wing movements.
Yeah, so here's the thing, okay? The alpha male myth being pervasive in society, right? Being perpetuated and nonstop repeated by mass media, you know, it being found in every corner of pop culture. It's not a bad thing until you run into the problem of the myth of it being used as an excuse by really awful people to perpetuate the awful things that they are doing and the awful beliefs that they are using the myth of alpha males as an excuse to believe in, right? It is very convenient for fascists to behave the way that they do, as long as they can point to the myth of the alpha male and say, see, it's science. It's like, oh, I thought you guys didn't believe in science. Oh, wait, hold on a second. What? Oh, I forgot. It's science that you will twist and distort because it fits your view. It benefits you. And it's the effects on other men, you know, the effects on men and women of the alpha male myth are harmful. Like, it's not just women who are affected by the men who operate in this world as alpha males. It's also other men who then feel emasculated, who feel belittled, who are isolated, etc., because they are treated as betas, because they are labeled as the non-alphas, and therefore they are lower on the totem pole. Yes. So It's a pervasive, insidious undercurrent. Right. So it's not just, okay, well, it's in a bunch of movies, etc. It's like, no, these are beliefs that have, because they are perpetuated by mass media, they are pervasive within our society. They say Patrick Bateman, the killer from American Psycho, who's literally a psychopath, as an alpha male. They're like, yeah, that's my king. Goals. Patrick Bateman goals. Making thirst TikToks.
Are we the baddies?
In a reactionary worldview, men are taught to see themselves as carnivorous predators. The wolf is a curious choice for an avatar of masculinity, because wolves have been consistently demonized in popular culture.
Wolves?
It's ironic that special effects must be employed to make these animals appear much more aggressive than they actually are.
The wolves are actually incredibly friendly, so we put the dots in sort of specific points on their face, so then later on our visual effects vendor can use the dots to track in CG wolf face and making them look mean.
With the one exception of The Jungle Book, Disney animated films in particular have a long history of presenting wolves as vicious and bloodthirsty.
I mean, honestly, that's one thing Maya's been doing with her, with Alveus, because she has the wolf enclosure. She's been doing a lot of educational content around wolves because of the pervasive myth that they are dangerous creatures, that they will kill. It's kill or be killed. And that's, one reason that she has these wolves now, as part of her conservation efforts, is because there is a lot of truths around wolves that have been lost or that have been distorted because of popular culture.
What are they?
Wolves.
Wolves?
They're depicted as evil incarnate, hiding in the shadows, lying in wait for any person who strays off the path.
Make no mistake, wolves in the wild are dangerous. Okay, I guess let me pull it back for a second. I think it's not that I'm saying that wolves cannot be dangerous. I think it's that the way wolves are, like so many other animals though, are depicted in popular culture are usually in the context of being these killing machines, right? Just these beasts that any wild animal is dangerous. Yeah, I mean, a fucking bird. Fucking bird in the wild, depending on the breed, might need to watch out for. That doesn't make them inherently oriented to violence and warrant unconditional fear of them. That's what I think it is. It's like the fear of these animals because the only depictions you've seen of them are as these like villainous creatures in animated films or at the center of horror franchise. A lot of the myths around wolves stem back to when people feared wolves killing their livestock. Yeah, that's true.
While inaccurate,
If not friend,
that
why
image
friend
of the
shaped?
wolf as a monstrous creature
shaped?
remains entrenched in the public mind.
You're afraid because I'm the big bad wolf. Well, I'm not surprised. I am the villain in every story.
So why would so many men in real life want to self-identify with the villain from a fairy tale? It may seem a little counterintuitive. That is, until we analyze the phenomenon in the larger context of what Bell Hooks calls the dominator model of masculinity.
Okay, Bell Hooks.
The dominator model is a particular type of male power fantasy that hinges on control. Control over women, over children, and over other men. In this model, the alpha male is the ultimate authority figure. In her essential book, The Will to Change, Men, Masculinity, and Love, Bell Hooks explains the authority figure is deemed ruler over those without power, and given the right to maintain that rule.
Why does the movie look like that? Why does the movie look like how our photos on Instagram looked in 2012, where they're so heavily filtered? Very good question. If you've ever seen 300, it is the most bizarrely overexposed, blown out editing. It's because Zack Snyder, I guess,
through practices of subjugation, subordination, and submission. In a dominance culture like ours, the alpha male fantasy can be
very
incredibly
over the top.
attractive to people of any gender.
Yeah, because it's manly, yo. Okay, that's why it looks that way. Because it's manly. Because there's testosterone pumping through the film.
I typically date like strong, confident alpha males. And that it did not come out right.
Cool.
But the myth is especially seductive for young heterosexual men who may feel isolated or unfulfilled in their daily lives. Storytellers have long been fascinated with narratives conflating human men and wild animals, especially wolves.
Wolfman is a tremendous source of strength for guys like me. He's strong, aloof, destined to live alone. He's his own man. He's his own wolf. He's his own wolf man.
Identifying with a monster
He wanted it
allows
to look like the
insecure men
comic.
to imagine themselves
Well, it
as
looked like
dangerous,
shit.
as sexually assertive, and therefore as powerful.
Oh, gross.
If true connection and community seems unattainable, and if men won't allow themselves to love or be loved in return, then at least they can be feared.
Yeah, come at me, bro!
In addition to the demand that men present themselves as intimidating and fiercely independent, dominance masculinity instructs men to hide their vulnerability.
Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry.
And in doing so, sever their emotional connections to others. When we see these ideals reflected in media, the term alpha male typically isn't used. Nonetheless, representations of dominator masculinity are unmistakable.
Bald and bulky equals alpha male.
And remain the gold standard for men of action at the movies.
Back at the precinct, they call me Wolf.
Any man who is perceived as falling short of these directives risks being attacked as weak, as submissive, or worse, as feminine.
Oh, God forbid.
You established your alpha male stand.
When a man has lost his hair, he has nothing left to lose. The most dangerous creature. The most dangerous creature is a bald man.
You've established my unworthiness.
The alpha male worldview confuses confidence with bravado, as if being self-assured and being a decent, caring person are somehow mutually exclusive.
You son of a bitch.
What a Dwayne Johnson
If
movies in
men
this video
are
essay.
constantly engaged in some form of hyper-competitive one-upmanship, it makes close male friendships all the more difficult to build and maintain.
There can only be one alpha male in a partnership.
Alpha male.
Yeah.
Dominant and authority figure.
Yep.
Leader of the pack.
Problem is, we got ourselves a pack of two.
Operating within an alpha male framework actively undermines men's self-confidence.
What?
Let's go alpha.
That's exactly my point, because I'm obviously not beta.
When men are obsessed with dominance, it necessarily means they'll
Honestly, like hearing terms that we see all over the internet, when you hear it in a different setting, like in a movie, and they're not trying to be, it's not satirical, it sounds so stupid. It's so cringe. It really is. It sounds dumb as shit.
They'll always be looking over their shoulder, always afraid that some other man might challenge their status and supplant them as king of the hill.
We should fight one another for the honor of leadership.
Not necessary.
There shall be no knifing one another. Everybody knows who's in charge.
There can, after all, be only one top dog.
Me. Right? Yes, you. Of course. Of course.
Just kiss already.
You know, how is it when you put two alpha males together? Somebody's going to get killed.
The bottom line
There's
is
a video of a student trying to get out of a detention by saying he was the alpha. Wow, I bet that worked. I bet that worked.
In the dominator model of manhood, men can never feel safe and secure. Quite the opposite. It makes men feel perpetually insecure about their position vis-a-vis other men.
This thing must be broken. It's totally broken, guys. It's like...
Man.
When applied to romantic relationships, the dominator model of manhood results in catastrophe.
Sitting in front of us was this group of cute chicks eating popcorn. And Dutch started throwing milk duds at them. What? Why would he do that? Because it's an alpha move, man. Babes love when you treat them like crap.
In the dominator model, the pursuit of external power,
Babes
the
love when you
ability
treat
to
'em like
manipulate
crap.
and control
I actually love
others
Cobra Kai.
is what matters most. When culture is based on the dominator model, not only will it be violent, but it will frame all relationships as power struggles.
In every relationship, there's an alpha and a beta.
And I'm the alpha.
You
What?
know,
No, I'm the alpha. No, I am.
Jinx.
Since the alpha male worldview twists all relationships, both platonic and romantic, into a struggle for control, it's easy to see why the myth would be popular among creepy so-called pickup artists.
It's universal, man. It is evolutional. It is anthropological. It is biological. Oh, it is animal.
But the image they're drawing on of the hypersexual male wolf, popularized by old Tex Avery cartoons, couldn't be further from the truth.
Awooga!
In reality, male wolves are not widely promiscuous creatures with uncontrollable sexual appetites. Wolves are monogamous and bond for life. Wolf packs raise their pups together in balanced co-parenting partnerships, and they share most tasks, including hunting, patrolling territory, grooming, and caregiving.
So gentle, so kind.
Those pushing the alpha myth ignore this domestic reality of real-life wolves in favor of cynically playing on fears of men being trapped, caged, tamed, or domesticated by women.
No. See, you don't understand. It's not fear. It's just that we don't have a choice in the matter. We can't commit. It's something deep inside in that animal part of men that wants to keep us separate from the pack.
Right. Like your friend the wolf man.
Exactly. Okay, there's the perfect example.
Remember, the alpha male framework offers only two options for men when it comes to intimacy. They can either be dominant or submissive, either controlling or deferential, either a powerful wolf or a helpless bunny.
Men are the wolves.
You're either a wolf or you're a sheep.
Wolves. And women are the fluffy bunnies. So we must prepare ourselves for the hunt.
Notice that this false dichotomy makes fulfilling equal partnerships
You are
all
either
but impossible.
You are either predator or you are prey. You are either eating or being eaten.
Guess who's not gonna fall under her spell? I'm gonna be all, drop the act, baby doll. Daddy needs a gin and tonic. Then when she brings it, I'll just spit it out, say, try again. Boom! Alpha dog is right where he belongs, on top.
The rotten bill of goods being sold here is the idea that if a man acts in an aggressive, domineering manner, it will magically make him irresistible to women.
Well, I guess I am new in town.
This notion is laughable on its face, because most people don't actually find it all that romantic to be treated like garbage.
If you're smarter and more interesting, then you will be a better predator.
This
And your
fucking
prey
guy.
wants to be
Oh my god, that guy was the
Though
worst
it can
in
be
that
a
episode,
lucrative
though.
grift to tell men they're wild animals, and therefore it's in their nature to run free, avoiding commitment and domestic responsibilities, it simply isn't true. Not for humans, and not for wolves either. And following that path will lead to a life of profound loneliness.
That's what a man is. Solitary, strong, independent. You ever hear of the lone wolf, Carla? Lone wolf. C'est moi. Man alone, needing no one. I touch no one and no one touches me. I'm a rock. I'm an island.
As an aside, you may have heard various internet personalities jabbering on about Sigma males. In this context, Sigma is used to mean a lone wolf, someone who makes his own rules
Sigma
and operates
Grindset.
outside of the dominance hierarchy by separating and isolating himself from others.
You know, I like being on my own. I'm better off this way. I'm
Yeah,
a lone
and it's a
wolf.
It's a way for men who are struggling being isolated to be told that actually you being isolated, that's a good thing, okay? Because you're a lone wolf, because you're on your own island. All right, there's power in that. So if you are a man who is lonely, who is seeking community, who is seeking relationships, you're basically being told like, yeah, you don't need anybody. Okay, that's bullshit. You're a lone wolf. That's the Sigma Grindset. Okay, you're out here and you're doing your thing. You're doing your thing. Yeah. Are you miserable? Good. Because actually, you're not miserable. That is damaging with isolation, need of human connection. Right. It severs the need for human connection to be like, oh, also, y'all, just to be clear, for videos like this, Pop Culture Detective in particular, he uses a lot of examples from popular culture. He's not using every example in a way where he's like condemning he's not condemning like the film or show that it came from. Like a lot of these examples are characters who are saying these things because it's supposed to demonstrate like how ridiculous they are, etc. So if you watch a video like this, if you watch a video essay like this and you're like, yeah, but that person was actually trying to be facetious, or like, well, this is actually supposed to be a comedy, or oh no, but I love this show, I love this movie. This is not a condemnation. It holds up a mirror to society. Right. It's just using a wide variety of examples from film and television, from drama and comedy, across genres, across decades, to show how prevalent it is. And it just shows how prevalent the trope is. Yeah. Oh.
No, a loner.
I'm a loner,
Alone.
Dottie. A rebel. I'm surprised he didn't include.
Alone.
Yeah, see? Like,
Forever.
Just like the alpha
like
beta
very clearly in that example, Joey is saying, no, I'm good, I'm alone, but he's crying. Like he's about to cry. I can't believe Pop Culture Detective did not include the scene from Pee-wee when he's like, I'm a loner, I'm a loner, Dottie. I'm a rebel.
myth. Sigma male is another completely made-up term with no basis in natural science. In the wild, there's no such thing as a lone wolf. In fact, the only time a wolf is ever really alone is when they're searching for a mate to settle down and have their own family. Wolves are, after all, pack animals. They are fundamentally social creatures, just like human beings.
What's a wolf got to do to get a hug around here?
Men are not born with aggressive, selfish tendencies baked into our DNA.
Yes, that is
Predatory behavior.
That is so important to understand, is like all of these beliefs around human hierarchies, around, oh, well, men are just born misogynistic. No, they're not. People are just, people are born racist. There's just a natural hierarchy. No, that's all constructed. All of these hierarchies, these are all social constructs. Okay? And of course, the alpha male, dominant belief, the mindset of like how to be a man, etc., the hierarchy, the social hierarchy. Of course, this ties back into capitalism, because capitalism relies upon these hierarchies being maintained. This belief that those who own the capital versus those who produce, right? The laborers versus the capitalists, that it is a hierarchy for reasons that are justifiable. That it's like, oh, because the people who are the capital owners, they are smarter and better, and that's why they have more money, and that's why they have more power, and that is why these hierarchies exist, because of just people being at the top, all being better and smarter and stronger. Stronger, better, faster, smarter. Capitalism is the unnatural environment that produces the alpha beta antisocial behavior of the wolves in humans. Right. So they will pretend as if this is something that exists in nature as a way to say, well, this is natural. This is a natural hierarchy. Things can never change because we would be denying our very nature, and it's not true. It relies on the working class to remain divided, mad amongst themselves, which leads to the wealthy getting richer. Right. If you as a working class man are told, look, don't focus your attention on the unfairness of the separation of classes and how you are being oppressed on a daily basis from those who are benefiting from that oppression, and instead look at how you can still dominate others around you, where you don't have to worry. Like your fight here is not with billionaires, it's with other men of your social standing. And it's, as long, you keep dominating women, and women will always be below you, right? It's like you're not ever going to be at the bottom because there are others who will be below you. No clue what you just said about men. Well, we're talking about the myth of the alpha male, and we're talking about like we're talking about the manufactured beliefs around being an alpha male as something that is in human societies, like the hierarchies being natural, being resembling that of the animal kingdom, rather than being socially constructed, rather than being constructed and maintained by those at the top of the hierarchy, because it allows them to maintain power and control. Is being alpha a display of the patriarchy? I mean, it is the patriarchy, but ultimately it is capitalism, and it is the division of, it's the division of the classes, where a capitalistic patriarchal society, in maintaining this dominance over, say, women, that is socially constructed, and that is a way that, capitalism can stay the dominant structure by going to working class men and convincing them that, convincing them that this is the natural hierarchy of things, And as a man, they are not at the level of a billionaire. They are of a lower, they are lower down, but they are the dominators of women. It's like your role in society, it's almost like to placate men by to placate men, enable to to allow them, and not just men, of course women as well, where they will uphold the structure of capitalism by embracing these social hierarchies around gender. Kind of like how whites supported segregation in the past because it meant that even the poorest whites would always have someone to look down upon. Yes. Those in power knew, hey, if the working class, if the poor and the working class come together and realize who their common, who the common enemy is, then we're fucked. But if we create this hierarchy, if we manufacture, if we manufacture these divisions based off of things that are man-made, that are socially constructed, but presented as if it is natural, as if it is of nature, then we can ensure that the poor and the working class will always remain divided because of the gender and race, because of the hierarchies depending upon gender, elements like gender and race. Patriarchy under Brahmanism, upper caste in India explains really well how the elite men, be it class, caste, whatever, have always and wish to continue to design societal structures benefiting them. It benefits them in all structures, be it class, caste, and of course sexuality. Right. So this belief as if you are a poor working class man, okay, you look at your situation in life and it's like, I'm not at the bottom because I am still up on the totem pole, higher in the hierarchy because of my male gender. So therefore, I am going to be distracted, and I have bought into this system that is telling me that because of my male gender, I am of a certain status. That's why the hierarchy and divisions are created, because in all honesty, as time has showing the humanity and the reality of the reasons we have become so divided leads people to realize that it's time to be so divided. It is, but it has worked for a long time. Ice-T body count explained it. Wait, what? Let me see.
It's unfortunate that we even have to say Black Lives Matter. I mean, if you go through history, nobody ever gave a fuck.
Why did I think that this was going to be an episode of Law and Order?
Kill black people.
Shit. Okay, hold on. Let me finish this video because we are almost done. Hold on. Back to
is neither
So anyway, whoever, I don't remember what happened, but yeah, it's very important to understand, like, if you are someone who speaks out against gendered violence, if you are anti-patriarchal, feminist, whatever, then you cannot speak about it without identifying, without talking about its how tied up it is with capitalism. Like, it is their gendered violence is inextricable from the structures of capitalism.
Natural nor inevitable. It's learned, and that means it can be unlearned. Bell Hooks offers an alternative for men that she calls the partnership model of male identity. A partnership model of male identity would be centered around the notion of an essential goodness
In another
that is
life-
inherently relationally oriented.
In another
Rather
life, I
than
would do
assuming that
laundry and
males are
taxes.
born to aggress, the culture would assume that males are born with an inherent will to connect. Human beings rely on cooperation.
Right, like why would men naturally be born to aggress? They've been socialized as such. That is like the norm in society. Stuart Hall famously said race is the modality through which classes live. The same is true of patriarchy. Yes. I think, yes, I think we have to dispel the myth that men are born violent, that men are born needing to compete with other men and establish dominance, etc. And instead recognize how that is behavior which is socialized into them, that these are myths that are supposedly taken from nature. It's like, look at how these wolves behave, when actually this is not how wolves behave, and adopting that for our own human behavior and pretending as if this is what the science proves. It's like the same guys who will be anti-science in every other regard, then will pull out the science card. They'll pull out the science card when it comes to the science of alpha males.
For practically
There is
everything we
no
do
science
as a
there to
species.
prove.
And since men are human and not some mythological predator, we need reciprocal relationships in order to flourish and reach our full potential. Even though we almost never see it at the movies, men are more than capable of the shared vulnerability and mutual support that provide the foundation for healthy partnerships.
Just having you do so much with the kids, and you're really picking up the slack around here, and I just feel really bad.
Yeah, because I want to. When you and I split up, we agreed we're gonna remain a family no matter what. That's what I'm doing.
I know, and I couldn't do this without you, and I don't want to.
The alpha male myth is so dangerous precisely because it tells men to reject our own sociobiology, to reject our natural needs for connection and community. Hi there, I'm Jonathan, and I make these videos.
God, I love Pop Culture
Now, if you get
Detective.
all
Didn't
the
the
way
guy who
through that
discovered the
one,
alpha
you'll
male
notice that
bullshit
there
debunk it
are
a couple years
lot
later?
of clips,
Yes,
like
he was like,
a
actually, this
ridiculous
is
number
not
of
true. I
clips
retract.
from
I
movies
retract.
and TV shows and so
This
on.
is false.
I spend
These
hundreds of
patterns
hours
within
researching, collecting, and editing together each of
these patterns within the wolf
essays. So if you like what you
species
see and you wanna
are
see more of it, please
actually.
consider going over to Patreon
I must
to support the
amend.
project.
I put out
I've
fake
also got some
info.
links to PayPal and some other ways to help out
I put out false information, and everyone went,
There are
"Shut
no
up."
ads, and there's no
Hogan,
budget.
thank you for the gifted sub.
Everything is funded entirely
When you're
by
poor,
viewers like you.
no lives matter. The detective has a face and body. Yes, he's done this on his recent videos.
in the
Where he
works
pops
that I
up
think
at the
is
end and
pretty
he's like,
exciting, and I think
"Hey,
you'll be
here's my
excited about it too.
Patreons."
You can follow along.
Pop Culture Detective's amazing. If you don't know his work, he does a lot of videos like this. He's also as you saw, he's a dude, and so he does a lot of videos specifically with an angle on dismantling harmful masculine behaviors that are perpetuated in popular media. So he makes video essays exploring the intersections of politics, masculinity, and entertainment. Very good. Very good. This is the most alpha man. God damn it. Metal pipe falling sound effect, but it's more violent. But it's way more violent. It's so violent. It's funny you say that because I saw a clip of our education secretary earlier saying that universities should be allowed to do research only if it aligns with the administration's goals. Yeah, so sick. Awesome. Now do Cop Killer? Bro, where have I been?
This next record is dedicated to some personal friends of mine.
I have
the
not been
LAPD.
keeping up with Ice-T's music
For every
career.
cop that has ever taken advantage of somebody, beat them down or hurt them because they got long hair.
Wow. Okay.
Listen
I
to
have
the
to go to the
wrong
bathroom.
kind of
I'll be right
music,
back.
wrong color, whatever they thought was the reason to do it.
This is
For
12
every
years
one of those
old?
Fucking police.
Wait, have I seen this?
I'd like to take a pig out here in this parking
Oh,
lot
shit.
and shoot them in their motherfucking.
Okay, it actually is so funny that Ice-T has songs titled Cop Killer and saying how he wants to shoot cops in the motherfucking face. And then for years has literally played a cop on Law and Order. He has played a cop on Law and Order for like almost as long as I've been alive. Forever. Law and Order, which, look, I enjoy Law and Order, okay? I'll put on an episode of FCU, but it is propaganda.
Face.
Cop killer! This shit's been too long. I got my 12-gauge sawed off. I got my headlight turned on. I'm out to bust some shots off. I'm out to dust some cops off. I'm a cop killer, better you than me. Cop killer, fuck police brutality. Cop killer, I know your family's grieving. Fuck 'em. Cop killer, but tonight we get even. Tonight I'll be your night. I got this long ass knife, and your neck looks just right. Now my adrenaline's pumping, I got my stereo pumping. I'm out to kill me something. A pig stopped me for nothing. Cop killer, better you than me.
Wait, Kalapi, are you memeing? Wait, is it Cop again? I thought it was deeper than that because the exec producer is Professor Richard Wolff. You have to be memeing. Wait, that's so funny though. Dick Wolf. Marxist economist Professor Dick Wolf. Also the creator of Law and Order.
Cop killer, fuck police brutality. Cop killer, I know your mama's grieving. Fuck her. Cop killer.
Why are there so many Dick Wolves? Dick Alpha Wolf. The manliest name on earth is Dick Wolf. No. It's Richard Head. It's Dick Head. Fuck the police. Oh, wait, I do know this song. What am I talking about? I do know this. In case of an investigation by any federal entity or similar, I do not have any involvement with this group. I am not Ice-T, okay? If my FBI agent is here, I'm not Ice-T. I love the cops. I go after cop killers. Manly's name is Michael Hunt. Honestly, I gotta be real. I have not kept up with Ice-T. Is he still... What's he up to these days? Like, what is he... What's he doing? What's going on? I was in an episode of, like, let me just say something. Okay, if I got offered a series regular in the coppiest propaganda show, I'm taking that shit, okay? Love the police.
For your freedom. Don't be a pussy. Have
as you should.
What do you want to be when you grow up? God killer. Good choice. God killer. I'm a motherfucking God killer. God killer. Better you than me. God killer. Fuck police brutality. God killer. I know your mama's grieving. Fuck her. God killer. But tonight we get even.
But tonight we get even. Wait, this is what Ice-T is up to now? Let's see. Stop it.
Come on, get happy. Travel along, there's a song that we're singing. Come on, get happy. Hello world, there's a song that we're singing. Come on, get happy.
You know what? Get you a man who can do both. Okay? Get you a man who can do this. All right? Who's out here singing about being a cop killer and then also has a softer side.
Travel along, there's a song that we're singing.
Look, it's called range, sweetie. It's called range. Okay? You ever heard of it? You wouldn't know range if Ice-T slapped you in the face. Love the police. Yeah, that's right. Those are the types of clips that I need circulating if I ever return to auditioning for police procedurals. Love the police. Speaking of toxic men, have you given your opinions on the greatest controversy of the decade, Onion Gate joke? Oh my God. There was, first of all, Onion Gate and then Motherhood Gate, which was the episode before Onion Gate, where Cutie Cinderella was like, yeah, actually, I don't want to really have kids. I don't want to be defined by motherhood. These are all things that I feel as a woman. And then being told, no, you need to have children. Yes, Onion Gate is very unserious. It is. Can I just get a men? Like that, just men. M word. M words. M words. And the Patreon cutie was proven right. Yeah, of course. Of course. That is a duh. Somewhat related to the video about alpha males, Gremlo recently broke down the double standards in the male loneliness epidemic since the right wing often uses to weaponize and sell the alpha narrative. Dude, you know what? Actually, I don't fuck with Gremlo anymore. You want to know why? It's Will Neff's fault, okay? I don't fuck with Gremlo because Will has been like this whole gingers being the black people of white people. He keeps using him and Gremlo as examples of oppressed white men because they are gingers. So I'm sorry. I know it's not Gremlo saying it, but unfortunately, I cannot fuck with him anymore. I cannot. But I will watch this.
And alone. Well, you're just a cat lady. You should have babies. When men are alone, it's, oh, poor baby. Do you need a state-mandated girlfriend? Would that make you happy? You want some McDonald's?
Do you need an AI lady?
Yeah? You want to watch Joe Rogan? Okay. All right, we can do that. We'll carve out fucking legislation to make sure that happens. Like...
Men loneliness epidemic.
Yeah. It's always amazing.
Like I am a loser and a bitch.
It's always amazing when men who are talking about the male loneliness epidemic then say the most vile things where it's like, you know what, actually, you should be lonelier. Okay, you know what? That's the shit that you're saying. Yeah, all right. My empathy has run dry. My empathy it's gone. Maybe not lonely enough. Maybe nobody should be around you because of the shit that you're saying. Fun fact, Ice-T is the only artist to win Grammy for hip hop and one for metal. That's my dog. Okay, that's why his name is motherfucking Ice-T.
I have something important to tell you. It's something that affects your life. There's a worldwide increase in loneliness. Many think it's trimming down life expectancy. Yeah, no shit. You need to take this seriously. It's clearly affecting you. Boo-hoo, everyone's lonely. You know, it disproportionately affects men. Is that right? Yeah, which is why we're calling it the male loneliness epidemic. See, that sounds more accurate.
Yeah,
there's
women-
systemic forces
women
driving
never lonely.
alienation and atomization for everyone. Women don't understand how hard we have it. That's not really the point. I just watched a 10-hour video essay about how the male loneliness epidemic is a result of woke Hollywood movies. It's not really about that. Explain. Years of austerity politics, not to mention massive wealth inequality, means everyone lives in a hustle culture. No one's financially stable. Everyone feels alone. Okay. I mean, massive male wealth inequality. There it is. Not to mention male anxiety over masculine climate change and male war. It is so over for us men. No, it's not. We can do something about it. We can change the world. Yeah. Women should be nicer to us. We have it worse. Okay. For real though, male climate change is not a joke, guys.
It's not. It's a very serious thing. I'm going to be making a YouTube video about it. Wait, what was I going to say? Something came to mind. What? Man, I can't get that iced tea. Here's a peek at his new birthday smash up out of my head. Oh, actually, you know what just came to mind? Fuck, how did you know? Shit. I was trying to pull it up. Damn it. Too slow. This is the problem. I'm too slow. I'm too slow at pulling stuff up that my shit gets clocked before I can do it. Yeah, I was thinking about Barack Obama. I don't think talking about male loneliness means nobody else has loneliness, though. Okay, Crumpets. Crumpets, you know who the fuck we're talking about. The guys who talk about the male loneliness epidemic absolutely are doing so in a, oh, men have it harder. Okay, don't act as if this community is the type of community that would talk about it in a way where we don't recognize loneliness being a pervasive problem. You're doing hashtag not all men. I did slay you. I called your ass out. I called your ass out, just like Filibuster called my ass out, knowing that I was going to play Barack Obama. Oh. Women do the same shit for different topics, too. This shouldn't be a men versus women thing. Okay, hold on a second.
And his name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama. And his name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama.
I will literally keep playing this. I will keep playing this as long as I keep getting comments like that.
His name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the
wait, hold on a
pants off your
second.
mama.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
His name is Obama. Barack Obama.
Yes.
He'll charm the pants off your mama.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And his name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama.
Yeah, that kind of works. I think that works. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else got a comment to say? Because you know what I'm going to pull up. I know there's going to be one of you in chat who's like, I want her to play it again. So I'm going to comment, not all men. Because I cannot get enough. Because I unironically dig. Cause his name is Obama. Barack Obama. And I say something stupid just so you can keep playing it. See? I knew that would happen. Private Pile, thank you for the 26 months. Seriously though, not all men. I think you're being disingenuous.
And his name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama.
Bum, bum. Bro, when I finally get a piano in here, this is the first song that I'm going to learn. This is the first song I'm going to learn. I'm sorry, Queen. I'm really high. I just tuned in and I did not read the context or the room. No, you did not. But that's okay. I forgive you. Yeah. Caroline, you are pitting men versus women. You are doing the thing that you're actually spending time on this stream trying not to do. I'm not saying that this is what Crumpets was saying. This is the other chatter, though. I love when someone will say that I'm doing something that I'm actually doing the opposite of, right? When it's like, we just watched a whole fucking video from Pop Culture Detective about the myth of the alpha male as a way to not separate men from the rest of society and explain that the alpha male mentality is not based in science. Okay. Wolves do not behave in the way that the alpha male mythology has convinced society is true. And it's not good for men. It's not good for men to have this belief be reinforced that if you're not the alpha, then you're the beta, and being beta is bad. And as an alpha, you have to dominate. You have to fight. You have to fight the other men because one of you, and only one, is going to be the alpha. Are you aware you can stream the entire 44 Cast album? I'm not aware, but I also feel like the only thing that I'm going to like from... The only thing that's going to stick in my head is the Barack Obama. This is a song called Fuck Ted Cruz. I'm not going to listen to the whole thing. I'm just going to listen to a little bit.
I'm the son of a bartender down in Ohio. A Buckeye boy with golden dreams of Washington, D.C. Said bye, Mom and Daddy. Hello, Congressman from Cincinnati. My dreams came true until I met Ted Cruz. Fuck.
Okay, I gotta be so for real. It's kind of giving Randy Rainbow energy. This really is Lin-Manuel Miranda's fault. Lin-Manuel Miranda did this. He did this. So Austin and Christian agreed to go. Austin goes, is it making fun of him? Either way, I'm sad. I said, it's satire, but I think it's still pretty lived up. Either way, We are going.
You, Ted Cruz, baby, fuck.
You literally, I interrupted the moment he said, fuck you.
Fuck you, Ted Cruz. Fuck you.
Fuck
Ted.
you.
Yeah, and fuck you, Ted Cruz.
Okay, the thing is that this is very much so how I am, though. Like, if I'm reading a news article and it's something that Ted Cruz did, I am absolutely being like, fuck you, Ted Cruz. Fuck you, Ted Cruz. I do that shit all the time. Like, I am Hamilton. I am very Hamilton.
There's only one thing we can all agree is true. That's a big fuck you to Ted Cruz.
Like, I'm already harmonizing.
Ted Cruz too. Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, it sure is.
Hey, Carl. Huh? Hook me up with some tequila. It's time to turn this shit up a notch.
All right, then. Oh, snap. President going in.
I thought that I had made it.
Okay, what else is here?
I was bound for greatness. President of the...
Okay, this is...
When Obama is elected, he'll be there for all of us.
Wait, I'm sorry. Gay for the NRA?
I'm Herman Cain, and I'm the heartthrob.
I'm Ted Cruz, and I'm the bad boy.
Oh my God, this is Hamilton coded.
Graham, and I'm the shy, sensitive one.
And I'm Mitch McConnell, random old man in the boy band, a.k.a. the Kevin. Let's croon, fellas.
Well, you stole my heart when I first bought you at Walmart. I needed to kiss you, needed to form my own militia, yeah.
Cause nothing gets my rocks off like cocking a Glock that's stocked with a bomb stock. Ooh, so many bullets at once.
Okay, last one. Hold on.
I remember caressing my first Beretta. I smell sex in the air when I'm cashing checks from LaPierre.
If I were president,
Okay, last.
3, 4, I would channel the power of my personal hero. An American icon who doesn't take no for an answer. And I'm not talking about Bill Cosby.
Jesus.
Oh, it's a song about my
him
stepdad?
either. I'm talking about a patriot who kicks ass and takes names. A fellow with guts and
Dude loves the NRA.
Gravitas, Joe.
That too. When I was a boy growing up, and
This song is called What Would Liam Neeson Do?
Soda fountain. The neighborhood bully tried to shake me down. His name was Taint, and he ran the town. I threw up my Duke's fisticuffs and sued, cause that's what Liam Neeson would do.
Okay, see, I've listened to enough of it that honestly, the part that is forever gonna live with me.
His name is Obama, Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama.
Okay, that's it. That's the last that I'm gonna play until probably the next time that I stream. How is this the best song? Barack Obama. I mean, that's lyrics, okay? That is lyrics. Hi, Carol. I'm popping in to tell you that I love you, dude. Thank you. Do you love when I do this? 'Cause his name is Obama. Barack Obama. He'll charm the pants off your mama. Chatter's like, I'm never coming back. I'm never coming back. Barack. Barack Obama. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry.
Not
I'm
the
done.
voice
I'm
crack, too.
Never doing. I hate myself. Ahem. That was me trying to do Patti LuPone singing Barack Obama. Or was that some, I don't know. I've done it like 100 times tonight. Patti was, yeah. You know what? I announced that I'm done doing this stuff in the same way that Patti LuPone announces that she's done with Broadway. Is that we say it all the time, but it's not true. We say it, but we don't mean it. Patti was done with Broadway until she heard the Obama musical. Yes. Caroline, this will be in my head all day. Right. Well, the reason that I have to make this stuck in your guys' head is because the second I heard it, I went, oh no. I fear that this will be in my brain. Like, there are certain things that just rotate through my brain. Unfortunately, Toxic Gossip Train is one. Like, it's not constant, but it is forever in my brain. I cannot get rid of it. I can't. Toxic Gossip Train is it's on a track that doesn't end. That track is never a never-ending track. Tim Kaine in the Membrane. That is a Lin-Manuel Miranda line. Tim Kaine in the Membrane. One that I tried really, really hard was From Penis to Vagina. I blame Hassan Piker for that one. But yeah, there are just certain little sound bites. There's certain little sound bites that I just simply cannot remove from my neurons. Okay, let's see what time it is. 10 o'clock. All right, I can't stream too late because I'm getting up early. So I will do a little bit of gaming. Kal-El, give me the stone is also stuck in my head. Kal-El, give me the stone. Give me the stone. Give me the stone. Yes. See, and as you guys are bringing this up, I'm like reminded of the fact that I can't get it out of my brain. Cannot remove it from my skull. It's forever in there. Can't wait for the new one to be Hitler. Hitler, no. Hitler, no, don't do that. So yes, I'm doing a morning stream tomorrow morning because I have scheduled a conversation on stream with Kat Tenbarge, who's fabulous and amazing, and I've had her on the stream before. We are going to be talking about the also someone earlier was like, oh, she and Taylor Lorenz just did, they just went on Olay's YouTube channel and had a conversation. Yes, I know I was watching some of that earlier today, but I'm going to talk to Kat about her. She has a 3-part series on her Substack. It's really, really good. Here's the final part of the series. So if you wanted to like read it before I talk to her tomorrow, but anyway, it's going to be all about smear campaigns, mainstream media manipulation, Reddit suppression, etc., etc., etc. So I'm going to be talking to her at 10, which means I'll probably go live. Around 8 tomorrow. So since there's no other person who streams in the morning and you're like, oh my God, every morning I just wish I had a streamer who I could watch. Well, I'll be live. No, 10 a.m. Pacific time. Yeah. No, not Kat Abu, Kat Tenbarge, who is a journalist, and I've had her on before, and she writes about a lot of the things that I talk about.
Get her away from me. I'll buy the whole damn boat if I have to.
Do you have one, Laguna?
Where is the stone?
Oh my God. You are putting yourself and others in grave danger.
Why?
I need you to tell me.
Why do these drag queens do Gal Gadot better than Gal Gadot does Gal Gadot?
Where's the stone?
Why? Where is this? Where is the stone? Where's the stone? They literally do Gal Gadot better than she does. Wait, you actually fuck up the rotation when you do this, especially on Thursday. Wait, what rotation? The other streamer rotation? No, there's no other streamers. Okay. Anywho, let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? Other people go live on here. You guys, you all have ADHD. Don't you just watch like 5 streams at one time? Keep my effort order, but enough. Yes, see? Clocked it. Well, tomorrow I will be talking about tomorrow morning I'll rope you guys in because I will only talk about drama. How about that? Those of you who are like, no, you can't stream in the morning. Well, I know what some of you want. Will you put it on YouTube? Yes, I will. And then I'm also scheduling with Matt Bernstein a time to go on his podcast, which I'm really excited about. We're going to talk about evil theater kids. So we're scheduling that in the next